Hit in the air. Shallow right. Ryan Braun. Game over. K-Rod does it one more time. From Miller Park in Milwaukee, Game 2 of this three-game series, the Milwaukee Brewers and the San Diego Padres. Brewers come into the game on a four-game winning streak, three of them decided by one run. Good evening from Miller Park. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Matt LePay, continuing to sit in for Brian Anderson. We'll be joined by Sophia Minert as well throughout the evening. Well, certainly rock star power with this Brewers team on the pitching staff, what K-Rod has done of late. But a couple of other guys have had a lot to do with setting up K-Rod for him to do his thing. Zach Duke and Will Smith have been awfully good.
Yeah, and these guys are kind of flying under the radar screen going into the spring training. Didn't hear a whole lot about these guys, but they have contributed in the big time. When you talk to Rick Kranitz about Duke and Will Smith, they say they're very effective against left-handed batting, which they have been. But the other thing that they do, they get right-handers out when the Brewers can't have all these comfy behind victories that they've had without a good solid bullpen. Everybody up and down. They've got the two left-handers that have been solid all season long, or at least in the first 3 weeks. You see the numbers for him. 9 2/3 innings for Will Smith. No record, but he's gotten some big outs. Zach Duke 1-0. He pitched a couple of innings on Sunday to pick up a win. So things have been going very good for both of these two left-handers.
They really have. This bullpen has been electric for the Brewers this season. Yovani Gallardo, the starting call tonight for Milwaukee. We'll get things started. We'll also get caught up on some more news of the day from Craig and Davey on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
At Menards. By Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. By Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Clear, cool evening for baseball. Thank goodness for the dome on top of Miller Park. The Padres and Brewers just about set to battle here in Game 2. Milwaukee going for their 5th straight win. Davey and Craig back on board with you. And you probably heard about all the suspensions that happened today. Let's take you through it after that big brawl between the Brewers and the Pirates on Sunday. Martin Maldonado gets the brunt of it, a 5-game suspension. He'll start serving that tonight, so he is done now through the homestand. But Gomez, Snyder, and Martin all appealing their suspensions. But Garrett Cole, the pitcher for Pittsburgh, missing from this list. Got nothing, Davey.
Well, that's what really puzzles me is that the instigator who started it all does not get anything whatsoever. He's the one that started this. If he doesn't go chirping, then Travis Snyder doesn't come out of the dugout and Carlos doesn't go after him.
Now, speaking of Travis Snyder, of course, he took the big punch from Maldonado. Larry Brown Sports on Twitter yesterday. And look at that big ring around his eye. That's where the punch landed, right on top of his sunglasses.
Well, are you sure that was Maldonado that did that or Mike Tyson?
Wow, good point.
Yeah.
We're going with the clubber. Either way, that's all we need to say. All right, the Brewers and Yovani Gallardo on the hill against the Padres. He lost in this last start. The team did. They won every game since.
For what is still baseball's best team. The Brewers come in 15-5 on the year. Lining up for Bud Black and the San Diego Padres. They come in 9-11. Having dropped a 1-run decision to the Brewers last night. Yet another 1-run victory for Milwaukee. Let's take a look at Black's starting lineup here for tonight, presented by Associated Bank. Everett Cabrera, Will Venable, and Yasmani Grandal, 1-2-3. Middle of the order made up of Seth Smith, Chase Headley, and Jed Jerko, followed by Yonder Alonso, Chris D'Onofrio, and Ian Kennedy. And on the mound for the Brewers will be Yovani Gallardo.
Yeah, Yo, so far 4 quality starts and won his first 2, a couple of no decisions. Has only allowed 4 earned runs so far this year, a 146 earned run average. Those 4 earned runs coming in 24 2/3 innings. A 4-3 record against the Padres and 8 career starts. And let's see how the Brewers line up defensively, brought to you by Menards. Chris Davis back in the lineup after missing last night's ball game with the stomach flu. He was available to pinch hit last night. Jonathan Lucroy, pressure on Luke. Only one catcher for the Brewers with the suspension to Martin Maldonado.
We get ready to roll in Milwaukee. Brewers and Padres, the middle game of this 3-game series. That's the Brewers with a 4-game lead in the Central. No, it's early, but that's the biggest separation from the first and second place teams anywhere in MLB going into the game tonight. Take a look at the umpires. It's Todd Tishner. He'll call balls and strikes. Tim Welke working first base. He is the crew chief here this evening. First pitch is fouled out of play, and we are underway at Miller Park. Chris Siegel, the umpire, at second. Tim Timmons over at third. And Bill, you mentioned that this is a short bench now for the Brewers with the suspension, with Maldonado unavailable. Ron Renicky a little bit short-handed now.
Yeah, only one catcher on the roster. Elian Herrera, who started his baseball career as a catcher down in the minor leagues. He is the guy that might come in the event of a injury to Lucroy. And it's going to have to be a pretty bad injury for Lucroy to come out.
You see what Cabrera did last night. One of those guys you want to keep off the bases when you can. A serious base stealing threat. And Gallardo misses with a 2-strike pitch. Just getting started here in Milwaukee. The Brewers continuing to roll along, getting a solid night's work from Willie Peralta, and again great work from the bullpen, capped by Francisco Rodriguez. Just did miss. 2-2.
Yeah, a lot of low-scoring games for the Brewers so far this year. That means good starting pitching. Come from behind victories means you have very good bullpen. The Brewers have had both. He tried to backdoor the slider cutter and just missed the outside corner.
A bouncer fielded by Reynolds, and Gallardo covers, and that's out number 1. Will Venable, who has fared well against Giovanni Gallardo. Venable 7 for 15 against Yo.
He's got a home run. He's always hit well against the Brewers. A classic left-hander, likes the ball down in the strike zone. Held him hitless last night.
Upstairs for ball 1.
Giovanni's been able to get off to a good start. Has not had any problems early in games, and there's the numbers we're talking about. Home run and hitting almost 500.
Count evens to the Padres center fielder. He's followed by Yasmani Grandal. Strike 3 or 2 rather called.
Yeah, that cutter's been good pitch for Giovanni against lefties on the outside corner. Good command of the fastball, in and out. The cutter, the curveball. Seems like it takes Gallardo a little while to find that curveball, but he ends up finding it at some point.
There's a drive hit back into right field, but Braun is there. 2 men up, 2 men down in the top of the first.
They just missed it. A good pitch right on the inside corner. A couple of breaking pitches on the outside corner. And Gallardo able to find the corner inside, jammed him.
Yasmani Grandal came off the bench to pinch hit last night. One of 3 catchers on this Padres 25-man roster.
The Padres with 3, the Brewers with 1.
Doesn't seem fair.
Right. Bud Black has endured a number of injuries to some key players early on. Still off to a decent start at 9-11.
A bit of encouraging news for Bud Black on the injury front. Cameron Maben, who injured the biceps making a diving catch in spring training. Now there's talk that he could end up joining the 25-man roster at some point during this road trip. This is the second of a 10-game swing for San Diego. It will take them from here to D.C. and then to San Francisco before returning to Petco Park. Rondal swings and fouls, out of play.
I was waiting for it.
It was just out of arm's reach for you.
Notice I didn't get up, though. I just kind of sat there and threw the hand out there. Just making it look good.
A token effort.
Yeah.
The 2-2. Rondal goes down on strikes. Nice start for Giovanni Gallardo. Padres out in order. Brewers first at bat coming up next.
Unless, of course, that day includes a pregame tailgate with lemon sausage. And prior to every Brewers game, the front.
Looking for consecutive win number 5 here tonight. And here is the Milwaukee Brewers batting order, presented by Associated Bank. Carlos Gomez, Scooter Gennett, and Ryan Braun at the top. Middle of the order, Aramis Ramirez, Jonathan Lucroy, and Chris Davis back in the lineup this evening, followed by Mark Reynolds, Gene Segura, and Giovanni Gallardo. And Ian Kennedy on the mound for the Padres.
Yeah, Brewers fans remember Kennedy in the division series in the playoffs back in 2011. 2 starts, 0-1. Brewers beat him to send the Brewers to the NLCS. Off to a slow start, 1-3 so far.
Carlos Gomez will lead things off. Carlos with a hit and a walk, scored a run last night. Yeah, Kennedy, as Rock mentioned, had the 0-1 record in the divisional series. He started Game 5, worked 6 innings.
Pitched well. Did not get a decision. I said he was the losing pitcher, but was not. It was J.J. Putz. The big base hit by Nigel Morgan. Can't relive those memories enough, can you?
I watched it, but to the energy in this ballpark, Phil, that'd be something else.
But I mean, you think of Ian Kennedy, you see him out there, that's what you think of, that Game 5. He's 1-3, but the Padres haven't been scoring him many runs. In his 3 losses, the Padres have a combined 5 runs on the board for him.
Gomez holds up, count is even. Yeah, Kennedy was traded at the deadline last year from Arizona to San Diego. Struggling in his half season with the Diamondbacks, and numbers improved with the Padres in the second half of the season. Started 10 times with San Diego in 2013. Gomez out on strikes.
Check out the San Diego Padres as they line up defensively, brought to you by Menards. One change in the starting lineup. That's Grandal. 9 started at the catcher's position this year. Last night it was Rene Rivera behind home plate. Mentioned 3 catchers. Grandal, the young phenom, supposed to be a good one behind home plate tonight.
And Scooter Gennett steps in for Milwaukee. A good night at the plate for Scooter last night. He's been good for a while. We talk about the carryover last season to this. He has carried it over very, very well.
Let's check out the delivery for Ian Kennedy. Pretty much straight over the top. That stiff front leg will give him some sink on his fastball. There's a fastball grip, a 4-seamer. Throws it about 91, 92 miles an hour. He's got a curveball and a changeup to go with it.
1-1 the count to Gennett. Among his 2 hits last night, a triple. Scored a run. And Scooter going back to August of last year and on early into this. Sitting .349.
Got a nice approach. I mean, he keeps that front shoulder quiet. He keeps it tucked and uses left field very effectively. Line drives in the left, shoots it up the middle, and every now and again when he gets a pitch that he likes, he'll drive it into the gap out there in right center. He's looked good at the plate, looks comfortable.
Full count to Gennett. Just getting started. Padres retired in order in the top half of the first. And Gennett pops another one out of play.
Yeah, second consecutive night that Ron Renick's put Gennett in that number 2 spot. Segura down to 8 tonight. And Segura was swinging the bat a little bit better last night. Dropping the lineup, take the pressure off of him, and there you see Gennett. That's that pitch I was talking about. Pitch down, out over the plate, and lines went into center field for a triple. Got some pop in that bat.
And Gennett continues to battle it out with Ian Kennedy. Kennedy, a first-round pick of the New York Yankees back in 2006. Gennett with a fly ball to left center field. And it's handled by Seth Smith, and there are 2 men out.
And Kennedy's one of those guys. He's not going to overpower you with his fastball, but his 2 off-speed pitches is very good. If he has a feel for that curveball, he's going to have a good night. Tried to throw one to Gennett, missed with it. But he's got a pretty good idea out there in the mound.
Ryan Braun drove in a couple of runs last night. His first 2 RBIs this season at Miller Park. 16 RBIs so far, of course, coming off that terrific weekend, the clutch weekend in Pittsburgh. Went on back-to-back, I'm going to say nights, but it was one night, one day, back-to-back games. Braun took Jason Grilli deep. It was a winner on Saturday, and it tied the game on Sunday. The Brewers went on to win it in 14 on the Chris Davis blast.
Yeah, they come in bunches for guys like Braun. Pretty good idea what he's trying to do with Braun right now. See Fox tracks. He had him all 3 pitches off the outside corner. One of them called by Todd Tishner.
2 balls, 1 strike. Talked about the suspensions. Craig and Davey updating you. Ian Kennedy was involved last year in a fracas with the LA Dodgers. A little game of beanball, if you want to put it that way, between the two ball clubs. Zach Greinke for the Dodgers, and Kennedy took a 10-game hit. 8 were suspended overall. A little bit more involved, that dust up in some regards, than what we saw in Pittsburgh on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, Kennedy accused, I guess, was baseball thought that he was trying to throw at somebody's head, and that's going to give you 10 days, 10 games automatic. I mean, you can't be doing that. Never admitted to it. Why would you admit to something like that? It doesn't make any sense, but he got the 10 games anyway.
Braun draws the walk. He's at first with 2 men out, and Aramis Ramirez the hitter. Good cut.
Yeah, that was in retaliation. Remember, Carlos Quinton went after Greinke. Greinke ended up hurting himself, putting himself on the disabled list for a while, and both Kennedy and Quinton spent some time on that suspended list.
Ramirez off to a very good start this season. Solo homer last night, his 3rd of the year. He's driven in 16. One and one to Ramirez. Kennedy, another heavy workload already. 21 pitches here in the first.
Yeah, making him work. Tried to change up to Ramirez and missed.
Braun with 2 stolen bases on the year. He's the runner at first. Look out.
Keeping him honest inside. 2-1. If Braun's going to take off, this might be the pitch to do it. Kennedy probably wants to throw a strike here. Don't expect Braun to be running a whole lot while Ramirez is swinging the bat well.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Took Kennedy high and tight in the prior pitch. Since 2010, he's hit 45 hitters.
Keeping him honest and opening up the outside corner with a curveball. Fastball on the inside corner. Coming back in there again.
Jonathan Lucroy on deck. A matchup of 2 of the top 3 pitching staffs in terms of ERA in the National League. It's also pretty good pitching last night. Full count to Ramirez.
Yeah, Cashner and Peralta, as advertised last night.
Three balls, 2 strikes to Ramirez. And he goes down swinging. So Kennedy with 2 strikeouts in the first, and we are through 1 at Miller Park. No score.
Damn if they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours. They get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to the Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Nice crowd here at Miller Park tonight for this Tuesday night encounter. The Brewers and the San Diego Padres. Giovanni Gallardo retired the Pods in order in the first. That means he looks at the middle of the order here in the top half of the second. Seth Smith, Chase Headley, and Jeff Jerko. Seth Smith had a hit in 5 trips last night.
Yeah, the final out in last night's game, K-Rod got him to pop up to right. He had a pretty good pitch to hit, but got under it. Much better at Petco Park this year.
Nothing in 2 to Smith. Couple of homers. He's driven in 5 this season. Lucroy has to go down and get it.
I mentioned that Giovanni Gallardo 4-3 in 8 starts against the Padres, but he's got an earned run average just a bit over 5. And when you look at the matchups, a number of these Padres hitters have pretty good numbers against Yo.
Seth Smith down on strikes. That's number 2 for Gallardo. Let's check in with Sophia.
Matt, you can catch every strikeout, every game ender, and every history-making moment on MLB Whip Around weeknights at 9 p.m. Central on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. And certainly one of the big baseball stories this week was that scuffle between the Brewers and the Pirates on Sunday. Carlos Gomez speaking today regarding his appeal of the suspension, saying he just feels it's unfair. He wasn't the one that started the altercation, and taking exception that Garrett Cole, who started the altercation, did not get a suspension or a fine. He feels that the altercation would have ended had the Pirates not come out of the dugout, and so he feels the suspension is unfair. So he will go through the appeal process, which could take a few weeks, and so they'll wait for the result of that.
All right, Sophia, thanks much. And again, that leaves Ron Renicke's bench with, well, obviously not because of Gomez, but with Maldonado accepting his now, only 4 position players available. And nobody really knows for sure, Rock, when they'll get the answer on the appeal here. It doesn't necessarily have to be when the Brewers are in New York, but it still could take a couple weeks, maybe longer. Who knows?
Well, one thing's for sure, Maldonado will be back, and had Gomez taken his suspension, the Brewers would have only 3 guys on their bench. That wouldn't have made any sense. So yeah, that was automatic that one of them's going to appeal, so that the Brewers aren't going to play shorthanded. At least both of them at the same time.
Chase Headley flies to left. Rock mentioned this Padres team has some hitters who have fared well against Gallardo. Headley, one of them coming into the game. 6 for 17. Jed Jerko, the second baseman. Recently got his contract extended through 2019, a club option for 2020.
Pretty good pop in his bat for a second baseman.
Had 23 homers last year, 15 of which came in the second half of the season. You break it down even more, he went deep 8 times in the month of September.
Yeah. That'll get you an extension, right?
It sure will.
Especially when you're playing at Petco Park. It's tough to hit homers there.
Slaps a ground ball to short. Segura. And Gallardo has retired the first 6 Padres. Good start for Giovanni. Moved to the bottom of the second, no score.
the 4-1-4. That's May 13th through the 15th when the Brewers take on the Pirates. That should be an interesting series.
You think?
Not only are select tickets 50% off, but for those 3 days only, select beers are $4. Hot dogs and small sodas are just $1, and nachos are $4. To get in on the madness, visit brewers.com/madness today. And there'll be some madness on the field, I would imagine.
Yeah, get your tickets. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
That is going to be fun.
Jonathan Lucroy leads off the bottom of the second. Lucroy with an NL high 9 doubles coming into the game. Had an 0-for on Sunday at Pittsburgh, but he is off, as you see, to a very nice start offensively in 2014.
Well, he's always going to hit, that's for sure. I mean, Lucroy's got that approach where he's going to stay out of the extended slumps. He doesn't try and pull the baseball. Hits it where it's pitched. And Ron Renicky right now, at least for 5 games, is going to hold his breath in hopes that nothing happens to Lucroy.
Elian Herrera would be the backup. Jeff Bianchi would be next in line. And then
who?
Then you.
Me and you.
There you go. So as we said, the Brewers well covered behind the plate here in the short term.
That's right. Yeah, we both have had our chance, me and you.
Ian Kennedy with a 2-2. Lucroy base hit. And there's the first hit of the night.
And like we said, he hits it where it's pitched. Kennedy tried to come inside. You can see why Kennedy hits so many batters. He likes to use that inside corner. And really not able to get it in there enough, and Lucroy able to get the bat head out and hit it hard into left field.
Lucroy starts the bottom of the second with a single, and here's Chris Davis. The game-winning homer on Sunday in the 14th inning against the Pirates. Did not play last night. He was sick. A little bug going around the clubhouse, and it caught up to Chris yesterday.
A little 24-hour bug. He says he feels just fine today. Yeah, he wasn't looking too good around the batting cage before he went up into the clubhouse.
He had 3 hits and 6 trips on Sunday. The big one, obviously, the game-winning homer, and they very nearly get Ryan Braun on a lob throw. Kennedy to Alonso, excuse me, Lucroy. I'm sorry, Lucroy from Kennedy to the first baseman Alonso, and almost lobbed it over his glove.
And Lucroy thought it went over his head, but Alonso got it, but it dove back, and he was in there. I don't think Alonso did that on purpose, but almost worked. You think they work on that play? I've never seen a throw to first like that.
It's it looked so bad. It looked like something they might be working on.
Right, almost worked.
Here's Davis with a smash to center, and Will Vanderbilt cannot get it. It will go all the way to the wall. Lucroy on his way to third, Davis to second, and the Brewers have a threat in the home half of the second inning.
Well, it looked like Venno was going to be able to get there. I mean, it hung up there and looked like he got there, just went right under his glove. I mean, Vanderbilt plays a pretty good center field. Remember Cameron Maben, the regular center fielder's on the disabled list. Vanderbilt, corner outfielder. Looked like he was going to get there, but just didn't. And Lucroy gets to third base. That'll be a double for Chris Davis. So the Brewers set up nicely here in the second inning with nobody out.
That's the first Miller Park hit this season for Chris Davis. So we don't have to talk about that anymore.
All right, that's right. He was hitless on the first homestand.
Mark Reynolds With runners at second and third, nobody out. Reynolds with 5 homers. He's driven in 8. Had a very good series all the way around in that 4-game set in Pittsburgh. One and one.
And the thing you like about Reynolds in Pittsburgh, those 2 home runs came into right center. And he's staying on the baseball, not trying to pull it. They're going to work him away because of all of his power.
Mentioned that power. And the 5 home runs this season. He's gone deep at least 21 times each of the last 6.
So the Brewers aren't too concerned about the low batting average. It's all about run production for Mark Reynolds.
2 balls, 1 strike. That consistent home run production has Reynolds in that short list. On that short list of most homers since 08 with Cabrera, Pujols, Fielder, and Adam Dunn. I know it's been mentioned before, but that's a stat line worth repeating.
That's a pretty hefty lumber in that list.
Absolutely. 2-2 the count.
Pujols off to a good start this year. Notice that he's hitting some home runs. Fielder's got a couple.
2-2 the count. Reynolds out on strikes. That's strikeout number 3 for Ian Kennedy.
Yeah, threw 2 fastballs right by him, one at 91, one at 92, and it looks like that it's a deceiving fastball. It appears that it kind of has a little bit of life at the end. Not so much big velocity, but it finishes nicely. And able to get it by Reynolds with the count in his favor.
Gene Segura hitting 8th tonight. In the 6th spot last night and had a couple of hits. Segura 3 for 5 with a walk against Kennedy. Going back to last year, of course.
Well, Gene was hitting everybody last year. Didn't matter who was out there. It's going to be a lot different the way they're going to be pitching to Segura if he's going to be batting 8th with the pitcher behind him as opposed to hitting in the number 2 spot with Ryan Braun behind him in the lineup. It's going to be a lot different. He's going to have to be very patient at the plate. Situations like this are going to make him chase.
2 strikes and nothing to Segura. Pops it up. Rondal. Out number 1 here in the out number 2 here in the bottom half of the 2nd. Well, they're not counting.
Going to leave it up to Giovanni now. Not a bad hitting pitcher. Ian Kennedy this inning, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and 1 out away from getting out of this mess.
Speaking of stats that are worth repeating, 12 home runs in Giovanni Gallardo's career. It's easy to forget if you let it. And obviously the Brewers and Padres don't face each other a lot, but Ian Kennedy 3 years ago went 21-4.
Yeah.
Finished 4th in the Cy Young balloting. Clayton Kershaw, Roy Halladay, and Cliff Lee were 1, 2, 3.
Seems like he's been around forever, but he's only 29 years old. He's got a lot of years in front of him. He's had that big season with the Diamondbacks.
Former USC Trojan. Two-time All-American there before getting into pro ball. This will carry out a play. Yeah, on Twitter Tuesday, you were asked about Bartolo Colon. Well, I think as pitchers go, this might be the opposite.
Yeah. Yvonne handles himself just fine up there at the plate. Well, Colon not the only pitcher that has a tough time up there.
And that was one of the questions that Rock fielded about pitchers with less than pretty swings. Let's put it that way. The 1-2. We'll do it again.
Question asked of a guy that took many bad swings up there at the plate. Who am I to laugh at anybody, right?
All looks so easy up here, huh?
It does. 100 feet away, it's easy.
Lucroy at third. Davis at second with 2 men out. Bottom of the second. Right side, and again, this will carry out a play. Brewers getting the first 2 hits of this ball game in the bottom of the second. Single to left from Lucroy and a double to center from Davis. And Gallardo goes down swinging. Strikeout number 4 for Ian Kennedy. Still scoreless at Miller Park.
Our Fox Sports Support Group and our Fox Sports Wisconsin crew are teaming up with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Milwaukee to do a special screening at the Southgate Theater of our feature Baseball in the Dominican Republic. Gene Segura. Gene was nice enough to spend some time with us in his hometown, San Juan de la Maguana in the Dominican Republic. Took us around to the fields that he grew up, where he grew up playing. Has introduced us to his family, so we're excited to share his story with the club kids from the Boys and Girls Club and Señoritas en Acción. It'll be a great afternoon to share share his story of overcoming the adversity he had to become an all-star in his first full season. And Rock, you're taking instructionals off this season, but Gene picked up the slack for you. He did an instructional how to make a baseball out of a sock. So it's great stuff if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, it's that piece that you did down at Dominican. These guys had to make do with what they had, right? I mean, it was tough for him, which is even more impressive. How a guy like Segura is able to get to the big leagues. Didn't have the greatest of equipment and conditions to learn how to play baseball. Impressive.
Well, Brian Anderson predicted an Emmy would be on the way for that. Really,
no doubt.
Looking forward to seeing it. Yonder Alonso with a chopper to first. Reynolds to Gallardo. 1 out.
So Sophia out there on the point. Where's Hank tonight? We saw Hank in his new doghouse that was unveiled yesterday, and no sign of Hank. What do you got? Where is he?
It begs the question. You suggested last night that Bernie Brewer could be a little competition going on there. So I wonder, maybe some intimidation tactics. No.
And maybe Hank's on a road trip.
He is a star.
He is.
Thought I saw a limo parked outside earlier this evening. Chris Denorfia. One for 3 last night. And the one was a homer. His first of the year. Chopper along the line, and that will be a foul ball. Gallardo has retired the first 7 Padres he has faced. It's a ball, 2 strikes to Chris Denorfia with Ian Kennedy, the pitcher, on deck. Said it last night, we'll say it again tonight. The deeper the starter can go, all the better. Blocked by Lucroy.
The bullpen used a lot. 3 guys last night out of the bullpen. Will Smith, Tyler Thornburg, and K-Rod. K-Rod saves in 4 consecutive games. And they say he's available again tonight.
The 2-2. Denorfia shoots one into right, a base hit. Braun trying to cut it off in the corner, but Denorfia will easily take it into second base, and there's the first hit of the game for the Padres. Now, Rock, you mentioned Albert Pujols off to a good start this season. The Angels in Washington tonight, and Albert Pujols goes deep for the 500th time in his career. The 26th player to get there. Actually had 499 along with 500 tonight. The 3rd youngest player to hit 500 career home runs, Albert Pujols. Alex Rodriguez and Jimmy Fox.
Well,
each got to that milestone at age 32.
Yeah, he's had a good career against Milwaukee. 42 of those 500 home runs coming against the Brewers. 42 home runs, 140 RBIs for Pujols, and 174 games against Milwaukee.
Ooh.
You know what? It's great that he's in the American League.
Wish him all the best.
Have fun.
The 0-1 to Ian Kennedy in the dirt. For the record, Pujols the first to get the 500 by getting 2 homers in a game to reach that mark. 499 and 500 tonight in Washington. Angels lead the Nats, by the way, 6-2 in the bottom of the 6th.
Some good research there.
Mike's serious work. Statistician here. Finding that out in a hurry.
Best in the business. I was trying to give you the credit.
Nope. I'm trying to learn to count to 3. right now. I didn't think I was so hard in my other job. 1st and 10, 2nd and 5, 3rd and 4.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I go right from strike 1 to strike 3. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is strike 3.
Yeah, 3rd strikeout for Gallardo, and able to drop a curveball on Ian Kennedy. This is around the time that Gallardo starts to find that curveball. He struggles with it early, ordinarily, at least in the first 4 starts this year, but they keep trying to work it and was able to get the strikeout.
Back to the top of the order, Everett Cabrera. 2 men out, and Chris Denorfia, the runner, at second. Cabrera grounded out. Reynolds to the covering Gallardo to start the game. That's a strike.
Another good cook, another good hook.
Opponents coming into the game against Giovanni hitting just .222.
You see that rotation, that good 12-6 rotation going straight down.
Here's the 1-1. Broken bat bouncer to Segura. And that'll do it for the Padres in the 3rd. No runs, a hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 3rd we go. Scoreless in Milwaukee.
United Association Journey.
It's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #WISFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast that's brought to you by AT&T. And Rock and Matt, I'm still waiting on you guys to tweet your selfie.
Sophia, you might be waiting for a while.
I think we'd rather tweet something that people would enjoy looking at, huh?
Yeah, I am. Whatever defines photogenic, I know I'm the opposite. I'll just speak for myself.
I don't think I've ever taken a selfie.
I know I haven't. Carlos Gomez with a base hit to start the bottom of the 3rd. It's hit number 3 for the Brewers. Gomez on for the first time, and here comes Scooter Gennett.
Yeah, first pitch curveball, and Gomez apparently waiting for it. He left it up in his zone a little bit out over the plate, and off the end of the bat, Gomez able to dump it into center field. Right off the end, you can see the waggle of the bat as it makes contact, and Kennedy just trying to get that get me over curveball to get ahead in the count, and Gomez got the base hit.
Gomez 2 for 3 in stolen base attempts. Keep that in mind. Ian Kennedy has it in mind. Jeanette hit a fly ball to left back in the first. Ball one.
Padres catchers have had their problems. They've only thrown out one of 20 base runners so far this year. Grandal 0 for 6.
The 1-0 coming to Scooter Jeanette. Fly ball hit back into shallow center. Will Venable out number 1.
Sometimes those catcher statistics can be deceiving. It's all about pitchers giving you a chance to throw out base runners, being quick to home plate, holding runners.
Here's your Powerball home run leaderboard. Ryan Braun leads the way. Had a couple of big ones in Pittsburgh, 6 on the season. Gomez and Reynolds with 5 apiece, and Aramis Ramirez, who had a solo shot last night, has 3 so far in 2014. Braun walked and was left stranded at first in the first inning.
It didn't take Braun to get that batting average up over 300. That's pretty much where he is going to be if he stays healthy throughout the year. Off to a slow start, but picking up the pace.
3:06 right now. Braun drove in a couple of runs last night and has homered in his career against Kennedy. One and 0 the count.
This is one of the reasons why Gomez hasn't really been running a whole lot. You've got Ryan Braun, you got Ramirez. You don't want to be making outs on the bases with these guys up. With Braun and Ramirez, you're in scoring position at first base. The way they can hit homers.
Gomez is going. Pitch is taken. Gomez has second stolen. The throw goes into center. And Carlos is on his way to third.
Well, not a very good throw by Grandal. Arm drop. Ball sailed. Bounced in front of second base. Big lead, good jump, and a bad throw, and Gomez able to get into third base. Stolen base, E2. And once again, the Brewers in business, a man in scoring position with 1 out. That's a tough hop for Jerko.
Two balls, no strikes to Ryan Braun with Gomez on at third. Remember, Grandal played only 28 games last season, began the year with a 50-game suspension, and then in July tore an ACL in a home plate collision. So his playing time was minimal a year ago.
It could take him a while to get back into the groove.
Braun with a very high fly ball into right center. DeNorfia the catch, and Gomez tagging. He will go about a third of the way down, slams on the brakes and retreats. 2 men out.
I thought he was coming. I thought he was going home. Look at him. He's charging hard and then stops and then gets back. Ian Kennedy has made some good pitches with men on base tonight.
Yeah, the Brewers in the second had runners at second and third, nobody out, but Kennedy was able to strike out Reynolds, got Segura to pop up, struck out Gallardo to end the inning. Two men out for Aramis Ramirez, the most dangerous player in the big leagues with runners in scoring position, where he is 12 for 19 and 7 for 10 with 2 outs. Take a look at that stat category, runners in scoring position. Hard to get a whole lot better than that.
Right, 7 go-ahead RBIs, second in the National League, and he's off to a terrific start.
He's driven in 16 runs overall. Kennedy wants a new set of signs. Gomez at third. Singled, stole second, advanced to third on a throwing error. One and one. The Brewers with their second threat in as many innings. Came up empty in the second. Trying to get on the board here an inning later. This will carry out a play.
When you see swings like that on fastballs down the middle, you wonder, there must be a little bit more to that fastball than just velocity. Hiding it. Talk about having good finish on that pitch, and that one got by Ramirez. He doesn't miss too many fastballs.
He's down a ball, 2 strikes. Checks his swing and the count evens. Lucroy is on deck as the Brewers trying to scratch in the bottom of the third. And the count runs full to Aramis Ramirez.
He wanted that curveball, didn't he?
Sure did.
Look at his face. Didn't miss by much. A little bit off that outside corner. You see that changeup grip that Kennedy has. Look at number 5, just misses the outside corner. He calls it the Vulcan grip, the changeup.
Better have some strong hands, or a strong hand to throw that pitch, I would think. That's ball 4. It popped out of the glove of Grandal, but not enough for Gomez to advance.
Yeah, between the ring finger and the middle finger, they don't change the grip in the glove. And that curveball just misses, and because that pitch was called off the plate, the Brewers inning's still alive.
And a little conference on the mound here as the Brewers have runners at first and third. 2 men out in a scoreless game. Bottom of inning number 3. RBI chance for Jonathan Lucroy. Single to left, was left stranded at third in the second. One and 0 to the Brewers catcher. Kennedy had trouble locating the strike zone all of a sudden.
Trying to be fine on that outside corner. Remember, the base hit that Lucroy got his first time up came on a fastball in. Hit it hard into left. Wants to be careful not to make that mistake again.
Mentioned Lucroy leads the National League in doubles with 9. He had 3 of them Friday night in Pittsburgh. 2-1.
Not willing to give in, is he? I mean, 2-0. He's still trying to find those corners. Doesn't want to throw anything down the middle. Nobody does, but 2-0. I mean, if you're ever going to do it, that's the time.
The 2-1. Nice opportunity coming up here for Lucroy, a 3-1 count.
Being very careful with Lucroy, maybe thinking he'd rather go after the youngster.
Chris Davis on deck. And the count runs full. Ian Kennedy with a long look in. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Lucroy fouls it back.
There was one that had plenty of the play, but Lucroy a little bit behind it. Everything away except for that last one. And John just couldn't get the bat head out.
.65 pitches already for Ian Kennedy. We're in the 3rd inning. And the battle goes on.
Yeah, look on Lucroy's face, saying he had 2 pretty good pitches to hit. He fouled them both off. That fastball's got a little bit of giddy up at the end, a little bit of late life, late movement. Check it out. This pitch is right down Main Street, and Lucroy fouls it straight back. Look at that. Can't get any more in the crosshairs than that.
Lucroy saying, put it there again if you would.
Well, he's put 2 there in back-to-back. Or pretty close.
So again, the payoff pitch coming up. In a moment.
Ramirez Ramirez saying, what in the world are you throwing over for? I'm going to make sure you're going home. Let's keep him close enough in the event of a double.
Pops it up. And it again just out of play. Alonso ran out of room.
I can say one thing about this Brewers offense tonight. They're making them work. They got the pitch count up. They haven't been able to get much on the board. They've got the 3 hits, but pitch count's starting to climb. 67.
Again the 3-2. And again a foul straight back. Coming up will be the 10th pitch of this at bat.
And the last 4 have been pretty much down the middle of the plate.
4 foul balls. A couple of throws over the first. Ian Kennedy, Jonathan Lucroy in a good battle. And that battle will go on for at least one more pitch.
And that went in off the plate that time. I'll tell you, the guy that's starting to get worn out over there is Ramirez. Luke's fine. Gomez not going anywhere. Ramirez has been running on each of the last, what, 5 pitches?
Let's get a good workout in. Kennedy takes his time, though, so it gives Ramos a chance to catch his breath.
Yeah.
Bases loaded. What a battle. Lucroy wins it, drawing the walk.
It looked as though Kennedy was saying to Lucroy, go ahead and hit it. He gave him plenty of pitches of hitting that at bat. Finally tried to get the curveball over and missed. And now a fresh count to Chris Davis.
That's the 3rd walk issued by Ian Kennedy. Chris Davis, his first at bat, got his first home hit of the year. A double to center. As the Brewers have the bases loaded, Gomez at 3rd, Ramirez at 2nd, Lucroy on at 1st. With 2 men out in a scoreless game. Oh, 0-1. Davis had to miss last night. He was sick, healthy, and ready to go here tonight.
And doubt Kennedy's going to give him anything to pull. If he's going to do something, it's probably going to be to the opposite field. Grandal setting up outside again.
Hit hard but foul.
He's supposed to be away. He left it in the middle of the plate.
Brewers had a threat in the 2nd, came up empty. Have one in the 3rd. Two strikes and nothing to to Chris Davis. Excuse me, Chris Davis, the hitter. And that is strike 3 called. Kennedy gets out of trouble for the 2nd straight inning. Carlos Gomez trying to get things rolling. Got himself a stolen base, advanced to 3rd, but the Brewers could not score. We stay scoreless. Fox Sports Wisconsin by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. And by First Supply. With 115 years of service in 28 locations, professional contractors choose First Supply. Brewers have threatened in each of the last 2 innings, but they've come up empty, and we are scoreless through 3 at Miller Park. Giovanni Gallardo has been sharp so far. He's allowed just 1 hit. As the Padres send the 2, 3, and 4 hitters up to face Giovanni. Will Venable fly ball to right in the first.
The Brewers have left 6 stranded already in this ball game. Had their chances.
Left him loaded in the home half of the third. Venable was last year's team MVP in San Diego. Hit .268, 22 homers, drove in 53. There's a ground ball to second. Jeanette takes care of it. Out number 1.
It's like a vacuum over there at second base. Very smooth over at second, up the middle, into the hole. He goes back on short, flies out and right extremely well. Very confident in his defense. And when he came up in the low minor leagues, the Brewers concerned about his D. Has done a lot to improve his work at second base.
This team up the middle, you'd have to dig a little bit to make a definitive argument that they're a whole lot better. Lucroy and obviously Segura and Jeanette, Carlos Gomez in center.
Yeah, Lucroy, you bet. Strong up the middle.
Yasmani Grandal went down swinging to end the first inning. Another chance for Jeanette. Not a problem. 2 up, 2 down.
I'm just glad he didn't boot that one after we just got done talking about it. I could see it coming. Talking about how well he's been playing at second base. You can see that one rolling right up his glove. Thank you, Scooter.
We appreciate the support.
It happens, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. 2 men out. The bases are empty for Seth Smith. Smith went to college at Ole Miss, played baseball there, also was on the football team. I don't want to say he played. He was the backup quarterback to Eli Manning. Never took a snap. That's a good gig.
Yeah, if you can find it. Kind of like the backup catcher with Johnny Bench.
Bill Plummer.
Right. Nice.
Yeah,
well done.
Bill Plummer.
Not many know that.
Yeah.
That was sweet.
One of the all-time jobs.
Of course, you're familiar with that neck of the woods, weren't you?
Yeah, I grew up about an hour's drive north of Cincinnati.
That's a good call.
2 balls, 1 strike. Gallardo looking sharp. 2-2 the count.
He's had good command of that fastball. Now in his first 5 starts, that's what's made him so successful.
He has struck out 3.
Bill Plummer.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
Matt LePay.
I wish I could say I was Bill Plummer.
I've asked that question of a lot of guys, and you're the first. Bill Plummer.
Well, I could cheat because that was I spent a little time watching that team growing up, so have to confess.
That's no disrespect to Bill Plummer. He just didn't play much.
Nope.
Hey, the Brewers and Cubs collide at Miller Park this Friday through Sunday in the division rivals' first meeting of 2014. Call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com for tickets.
Seth Smith drawing the 2-out walk. Chase Headley, the hitter. Comes in against the Brewers in his career. The .288 average through his first 42 games against Milwaukee. 6 for 18 now in his career against Gallardo. A fly ball to left in the second. That is well hit down the line and right, but a foul ball. That's a nice catch.
Very nice.
Nonchalant. Had it all the way.
He's going to text everybody right on TV.
Yep. And a selfie is coming up.
There you go.
That's what it would take for me to do the selfie. Catch a foul ball. Although from here, I think I'm ducking.
I got a glove up here. You're all right.
Yeah, you're ready. Here it is. Yeah, that was me. Yep. I got it. Yep. Just here at the yard. The ball, 2 strikes to Chase Headley.
Man, that was that slider, cutter, whatever you want to call it, for Gallardo. Just missed low.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Headley trying to get things in order. He's sub 200 hitter so far this season. I mentioned last night, and bring it up again, this is a Padres team that has really struggled offensively. Ranking near the bottom or at the bottom in many of the major stat categories. Their pitching is giving them a chance.
Yeah, Headley wearing that knee brace. I think his foundation for his swing is a little bit shaky, just like Ramos Ramirez last year. You don't have that solid foundation, that strength in the knees and legs. Makes it tough.
And Headley continues his battle with Yovani Gallardo.
And Gallardo's pitch count in much better shape than Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy's pushing 70, I believe. Gallardo at 55 right now, as you see. Off the plate, and the count is full. Just 1 hit so far for San Diego. Kristen Arfia with a single in the 3rd. Runner on the move, of course, and the pitch is fouled off. Ron Renicky and his pitching coach Rick Kranitz.
Yeah, they're they need a long start by Gallardo tonight. The way that bullpen's been worked and how effective they've been. A couple of guys they'd rather not use tonight, but they will if they have to.
The 3-2. And runners are at first and second. So Yovani Gallardo serving up back-to-back walks after retiring the first 2 hitters in the 4th.
Good patience by Chase Headley down in the count early. Able to foul off some tough pitches, took some close ones, and able to draw a walk.
So now Yovani will try his luck with Jed Jerko, who grounded to Segura in the 2nd. There's another Padre whose average far lower than what he would expect.
They got a team batting average of 232. There aren't going to be too many guys swinging the bat well.
And even last year, Jerko's batting average wasn't anything electric, 249, but he had the 23 homers and drove in 68. A meeting on the mound is Rick Kranitz out there.
Denorfia has been the most consistent bat in this lineup, hitting over 300. He's only hit 12 homers. That's last in the National League.
Yeah, they are last in the league in runs and hits. They don't take walks, although they are this inning with a couple. Big cut and a miss.
Went with a slider that time, and it looked like Jerko had his mind made up he was going to swing.
A little chopper. Gallardo out of trouble. The Padres do not score. A quiet game except for this guy making it look easy. Just another day at the yard. Scoreless at Miller Park. Buy $2 raffle tickets from our bright orange attired 50-50 sellers before the end of the fourth inning. If you're a lucky winner, you get half of the raffle proceeds for that game. The other half goes to Brewers Community Foundation, a win-win for you and the community. Play the 50-50 raffle throughout the regular season for the opportunity to win big. Good luck. Mark Reynolds with it out to start the bottom of the fourth. Let's check in with Sophia.
Matt, down on the farm in our Blaine's Farm and Fleet report, we check in with Brewers top prospect Jimmy Nelson. Last night at Omaha went 7 strong innings, gave up just 2 hits and a shutout, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts for him on 96 pitches. A great outing for him. He moves to 2-1 on the season, and the Sounds win that one 7-0. Now the move yesterday to move Gene Segura to the 7th spot, today in the 8th spot, and Ron said he just hopes it relaxes him more. You know, when you're in that 2nd spot, it's an important spot, especially setting the table for Braun and Ramirez. So when you're not doing it, he feels like Segura is pressing a little bit right now. He's a good hitter, just wants him to succeed, feels like he'll relax a little bit more in the 8th spot.
Well, he'll get it back. I mean, he will. I mean, that's what a manager can do. He can't go up there and hit for you, but he can set you down the lineup a little bit.
Ground ball to second, 2 men out in the 4th.
And when you're down in the lineup, you don't feel as much pressure, especially when you're, right in the middle of the offense with Gomez and Braun. So hopefully that's going to be just what it takes to get Segura going here.
Giovanni Gallardo steps in. 2 men out and the base is empty. Gallardo struck out to end the 2nd. Kennedy has struck out 5 so far tonight. One and one. Bouncer back to the box. And the Brewers go down 1-2-3 in the fourth. Some good pitching going on in Milwaukee. We still have no score. Here's tonight's Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. Giovanni Gallardo looking sharp so far here tonight. Joe through 4 innings has given up just 1 hit. He has struck out 3 along the way as we have ourselves a good pitching matchup in progress. You look at the comparison, Kennedy allowing just 3 hits, Yo just the 1, both throwing shutout baseball as we move to the top half of the 5th inning. As the Padres will have the bottom of the order. Yonder Alonso, Kristen Orfia, and Ian Kennedy.
Yeah, Brewers got to feel like they should have a 4-0 lead tonight.
Yeah, they have left some runners on. That's for sure.
Have. You know, 2nd and 3rd innings and great opportunities. And as you mentioned, I mean, these are 2 of the top 2 pitching teams in the National League, so no surprise that both offenses have been scuffling a bit. 2 #1 starters going at it tonight.
Alonso grounded to Reynolds in the 3rd. Pretty good pitching involving some other Central Division teams. In the bottom of the 9th, the Cardinals lead the Mets 3-0. Reds on top of the Pirates 4-0. Bottom of the 9th in Pittsburgh. Cubs lead the Diamondbacks 2-0 at Wrigley Field. In the bottom of the 5th, Cubs come to Miller Park for games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 2-1. That's hit down the line. Davis will have to play it on a bounce as Alonso turns first on his way to second, and he is in sliding. A double for Yonder Alonso, and that's how the Padres start the 5th.
Yeah, good hustle down there. He able to just dump it down the line, and Chris Davis able to get there quickly. Just couldn't stop and make the throw right away. Took him a while to get to second base. Let's see what happened. Not sure you're going to see it here, but he's got to set himself up against the fence. I think he kind of lost his stride there around first base. Made it a little bit closer than it should have been.
Kristen Orfia homered last night, 1 for 1 tonight. Third inning double was the first hit of the evening for the Padres. And a Double to start the 5th for Yonder Alonso. Little chopper up along the line, and there will be no play. And moving to 3rd is Alonso. Chris Denorfia with an infield hit. San Diego has something going.
Just able to get a piece of that curveball from Gallardo, and a swinging bunt. And Denorfia busting it down the line. No chance for anybody to make that play. And Alonso able to get into 3rd base. Well, let's see what they have Kennedy doing here. I mean, drop down a bunt. Advance Denorfia to 2nd base for the top of the order.
Bunch through it. 0-1. Alonso, the runner at 3rd. Chris Denorfia at 1st. Nobody out, and a threat for the Padres. Denorfia driven back. He has stolen 3 bases this year and has not been caught.
And that is a possibility here.
Kennedy bunts it foul.
And look, we're trying to get that ball before it ended up in foul territory. Try to get it in fair territory. Perhaps try to go to 2nd base. Maybe get a double play.
That first offering that we thought was a strike actually is a ball, so the count is even 1-1 to Ian Kennedy. The 1-1 pitch, but first to throw over to drive Denorfia back again. Kennedy lays it down. Gallardo trying to, I think, flip to home, bobbled the ball, and he'll have no play, and the Padres take the lead.
That would have been a tough play to get him at 1st base. That was a nice bunt by Ian Kennedy. Run scores, advances Denorfia to 2nd base, and that'll probably be a base hit himself. That would have been a very difficult play for Gallardo. Tried to barehand and flip it to Lucroy. He lost it. I think good chance that might be a base hit. That would have been a tough play if he had to go to 1st base. I think he thought the only chance he had to get an out was to flip it to Jonathan to get the out at home plate.
Yep. Padres grab the lead. Everett Cabrera throw down to 2nd. Got it. Denorfia picked off by Jonathan Lucroy.
I tell you, catchers, that's a good opportunity to pick a guy off when a hitter bunts through a pitch. Well, those base runners are trying to get that extra lead. Look at Denorfia. He's taking off on the bunt, and look at this throw. Good play by Lucroy. Good concentration by Segura. That ball almost hit Denorfia as he went back, and they're able to get the out. There's a big out for the Brewers.
So 1 out. Kennedy the runner at 1st.
Man, they're going to give Gallardo an error on that last play.
Oh, they sure did.
They dropped an error on you. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think there was any chance of getting it out at 1st. His only shot was to a bang bang barehand flip over to Lucroy. He wasn't able to do it. That's a tough call.
The Brewers have had a couple of tough errors against him in this series. 0-2 to Everett Cabrera.
That'd be an E1 and an RBI for Ian Kennedy. Not that it matters to the Brewers. It runs in anyway, but that was a difficult play for Giovanni Gallardo, and they give him an error.
Cabrera came into the game against Gallardo 3 for 8, but he is 0 for 2 tonight. Ground ball to first and a ground ball to short.
Kept him off the bases pretty much all night last night. He got an infield hit late, but this is a guy you want to keep off the bases. He runs well.
Strike 3 called, and Cabrera is not pleased.
Well, Todd Tishner has been calling some strikes that have been off the plate. Cut fastball, inside corner. Looked like it was down. Actually, outside corner. I think he has a gripe there. That ball looked low. That's what he's saying. That looked down.
That's strikeout number 4 for Giovanni Gallardo. 2 men out for Will Venable. Hot shot off the leg of Gallardo, and he recovers, and that's it for San Diego in inning number 5. Padres first on the board as Giovanni Gallardo hangs tough, knocks it down, finishes the play. Trouble.
Looked like that might have hit his hand. I mean, maybe the fingers on the throwing hand, then the leg. Well, that last angle that we saw before we went to break, it looked like it might have got him on the hand. Right here, this one here, this angle. Does it get him on the hand a little bit? And maybe on the fingers. That might be why Alfredo Figueroa is getting loose in the Brewers bullpen.
Keep an eye on that as we move to the bottom of the 5th. As the Brewers get to the top of the order. Carlos Gomez singled to center in the 3rd, stole 2nd, moved to 3rd on an error from Yasmani Grandal, but was left stranded there. The Brewers left the bases loaded in the 3rd inning.
And more importantly, I think you hope Giovanni's going to be all right, because Figueroa looks like he's getting loose out in that bullpen, like he's coming in.
Yep.
He's not wasting any time out there. And normally you wouldn't see that while the Brewers are hitting, unless he is coming in.
Gomez with a fly ball to right. to north field. First out of the inning.
It's that fastball once again that Kennedy's been throwing to the Brewers. It doesn't have big velocity on it, but it's been very difficult for the Brewers to handle tonight. 90 to 92 miles an hour. And good news, Figueroa just sat down, so that's good news for Giovanni Gallardo.
Scooter Gennett, a couple of fly balls. One to left and one to center. Ian Kennedy's last outing was effective through 5, had a no-hitter through 5, but then Colorado was able to touch him up for 3 runs. But Rock, as you mentioned, Kennedy, while his record is at 1-3, he's had next to no run support. Conference at the mound is now Ian Kennedy is in need of some attention.
Yeah, grabbing the back of his leg, maybe the calf. Trainer's on his way out.
While they take a look at Ian Kennedy, we will have our Carsoup.com trivia question. Who is the only pitcher in Brewers history to save 5 games in 5 consecutive days?
Well, that's a nice run, huh? 5 saves in a week, let alone 5 days.
Yeah, Francisco Rodriguez on a good run right now, but we're looking for the first Brewer with 5 saves in 5 consecutive days.
It's got to be relatively recent because, you know, saves back in the 80s are, a lot of them more or less more than 1 inning, and if you're going to be pitching more than 1 inning, you're not going to be able to go 5 days in a row.
So Kennedy is going to stay in there. So all of a sudden, both pitchers getting a little bit of a scare. Giovanni Gallardo on a comebacker, like he may have got taken one to the hand or a couple fingers as well as his leg, and then Ian Kennedy a moment ago. Like maybe his calf was bothering him a little bit, but going to work through it. 2 balls, no strikes to Scooter Gennett.
At least get through this inning. Got to pitch 5 to get a win. He's got a 1-0 lead, and you know, 1 run is a lot for Kennedy. They don't score much for him. 3 losses. The Padres have combined for only 5 runs.
Yeah, if you just look at his ERA at 4.13, that doesn't tell you the whole story. He's pitched very well, but Gennett gets into one. Back in a deep right field, and the game is tied. Scooter Gennett, his first home run of the year, and it's 1-1.
Just what we were talking about. I mean, the approach for Gennett has been a solid one all year. That was a 3-1 pitch. Had to count his favor. He got a pitch to pull, and he did, and he knocked it out of here into the Padres bullpen. There you go. Here's the 2-seam fastball down the middle. You can see Grandal reach out over the plate for it, and Scooter gives it a ride.
Wisconsin Lottery Powerball home run count. Scooter Gennett now at 1. As Gennett ties the game at 1. Ryan Braun on it, but fouls it back.
Make a mistake to him, he will take you out of the ballpark. Packs a punch for a guy that's not that big. You don't expect it, but he can.
Showed that capability a year ago. Ryan Braun with a drive back into center field. Venable at the track with the catch.
Yeah, just missed it, didn't he? Hanging curveball, and Braun, he barreled it up and got under it. Didn't miss it by much. It's a hanger. Ryan's not going to miss too many of those, but just a little bit behind it, got under it, and Venerable able to make the catch up against the wall in center.
A strike to Aramis Ramirez. Yeah, you mentioned Jeanette, though. He showed a little power display last year at times with the 6 home runs, and gets into one here tonight off of Ian Kennedy. 0-2 to Ramirez.
And a terrific start for Jeanette. Really has. Getting a lot of playing time. Ricky Weeks has had a tough time finding playing time because of Jeanette's success.
The 2-strike pitch. Ground ball to short. Cabrera. That'll do it for the Brewers in the 5th. Well, the Brewers are kept quiet until Scooter Jeanette goes deep. His teammates are liking it. We are tied at 1 at Miller Park.
Fans, join us now in congratulating
Padres had designs on a big inning there, but Lucroy having none of it. It was a big out.
Yeah, catchers love that when hitters bunt through a bunt attempt. Those base runners are going to try and get a little bit extra on that lead. They're very susceptible to the pickoff.
Well, housekeeping note from the 5th inning, the bunt from Ian Kennedy that Giovanni Gallardo was unable to make a play on at the plate. Originally it was ruled an error. That has now been taken off the board. Fielder's choice. There's a ground ball to Reynolds. Gallardo covering. And Yasmani Grandal is retired, out number 1.
Good to see Giovanni back out there in the mound. A little bit of a scare after he came off the field last inning, went right up into the clubhouse, and Figueroa getting ready quickly, and you could only think the worst when that happens, but he's out there again. And I'll tell you, the guy that's happiest about that, Ron Renicky. He does not need a short start out of his starting pitcher tonight, with all the work that bullpen has had.
As good as it has been, game tonight, game tomorrow, off day Thursday, and it'll be welcomed. Rodriguez, Thornburg, Smith appeared in 11 games. Zach Duke in 10. It's been very good, but it's been very busy. Strike to Smith. So the Padres with a run at the top of the 5th. Scooter Gennett with a solo shot to tie it in the bottom half of the frame. There's a hot shot, and Gennett cannot get it. Seth Smith is on. It's a tough chance right there for Scooter Gennett. That's a base hit.
It looked like that baseball got to Gennett and the ground basically at the same time. Would have been a tough play. And Scooter's out there thinking, I should have made it. He's been making plays like that. You can see the reaction. This is a bullet. You can see it got to Gennett and the ground at the same time. Tough hop. Would have been a nice play. And Scooter will tell you should have made it.
Chase Headley. There's a shot into right field, a base hit. And the Padres, with one out, have runners at first and second.
After allowing one hit through the first 4 innings, Gardo now has given up 4 hits in the last inning plus. That 2-seam fastball that got a little bit too much of the plate, and Headley hits it hard into right field.
Hit number 5 for San Diego tonight. Jed Jerko is grounded to short. Now it's back to the box. A ground ball to short. Segura, that's 1. That's 2. 6-4-3. And Gallardo works his way out of inning number 6. Pitcher's best friend right there. Segura, Gennett to Reynolds. Tied at 1.
WIS fan photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Great to see Brewers fans out taking in the games out in the parking lot, and hopefully the weather will warm up and I can actually do some nice sunny tailgating.
Absolutely. Thanks much, Sophia. We start the home half of the 6th inning.
Wasn't bad out today. Spent some time out in the yard today, and I turned the water on in the outside spigots. I hope I didn't jump the gun.
You might be pushing it a little bit.
Still might have some frozen pipes. I don't know. Going out on a limb.
Indy's at the plate. Jonathan Lucroy. Single in the second. And walked an inning later. So carry out of play. Talk about tailgating. It's always tailgating weather here. Sun's out. Got the grill going.
Yeah, the way the winter was this year, this is balmy weather in the 50s. A little bit of breeze.
Yeah, when it hit 25, I rolled down the car windows. Like air. Finally some air.
Right.
It's all right. It's getting there. Warming up. There's a bouncer to short. Cabrera in time.
That's right. That's what we signed up for by living here, right?
Absolutely. Get all the seasons.
It'll get nice soon.
Hey, I found early in my time here, I've moved here in '88. You handle it. You deal with it. Winter sports.
Right.
Get out there. I had never heard of ice fishing until I got here. Now you see it all the time. It's
you
just
ice fish?
part of it. No, but I've heard of it.
I'm with you there. You got me.
Chris Davis. Chase Headley takes care of it. 2 men out. Carsoup.com trivia question. The only pitcher in Brewers history to say 5 games in 5 consecutive days.
Ah,
there you go. Francisco Cordero.
Coco. They had a nice season in 2007 for the Brewers. 40+ saves.
K-Rod has 4 saves in 4 days. Actually done that 3 times in his career. Mark Reynolds. As you see how San Diego will defend it.
That's as big a shift as you'll see. Second baseman way around for the third base side of the bag at second. Yonder Alonso off the bag, but you know, the further off the line you get, and I know we've talked about this a lot, the further off the line you get, the shallower you have to play because you just wouldn't be able to get to first base in time. Can't play deep and off the line at the same time. One or the other.
The 1-1. Fly ball to right center. DeNorfia with room. And the Brewers go down 1-2-3 in the home half of inning number 6. Still tied in Milwaukee. At Southwest.com. The Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite, now in the original can. It's Miller time. Remember the first time I walked into a ballpark, you walk up the ramp like that, you look out, nothing but green. It's a Field, the first time you see it, you never forget.
Yep. Where was your first game?
Crosley Field.
Nice.
Cincinnati.
Connie Mack Stadium in Philly for me.
How about that?
Yeah. Kind of dating ourselves, aren't we?
Yeah, I think I was 5 or 6. I couldn't tell you much detail from the game, but my dad had a scorecard. Don Drysdale was pitching.
Nice.
So I can say that I saw Don Drysdale. I couldn't tell you anything about how the game went, but he was there. I can say I witnessed it.
Yeah.
Yonder Alonso leading off with the Padres in the 7th in a tie game. Giovanni Gallardo has given up just 5 hits. There's a fly ball into center field. No trouble for Carlos Gomez. 1 out.
You got that one outer half of the plate. Alonso got it down on the end. He still gave it a pretty good ride out there into center field. Another terrific start for Yo. I mean, now 5 straight.
Chris DeNorfia. Having himself a pretty decent night. Right up until the time he got picked off at second in the 5th inning. Reached twice. Not too far off the bag at second. And Jonathan Lucroy caught him.
Man, that was a big play. Big play, to say the least. DeNorfia with a home run last night, 2 hits tonight.
Two balls, 1 strike. Pitcher's spot is next, but Nick Hundley is in the on-deck circle for the Padres. 3-1 the count to Chris DeNorfia. Out in front, the count runs full.
There was slider, got the slider by him on a 3-1 count. DeNorfia trying to put the Padres ahead with a home run, but a good pitch by Gallardo.
A chopper to Segura. 2 men out.
Even when he gets behind in the count, he still makes the pitches and back-to-back sliders to get the ground ball.
Nick Hundley will step in for Ian Kennedy. Pitched 6 solid innings for the Padres tonight. 4 hits, 1 earned run, walked 3, struck out 5.
You still can't get any runs, can he?
No, he cannot.
1 run in 6 innings, and if Giovanni's able to get out of this inning, a no decision for Kennedy.
As Rock mentioned earlier, in Kennedy's 3 losses, he has had all of 5 runs scored by his team. There's a ground ball to Segura. And that'll do it for San Diego in the top of the 7th. So Gallardo rolling along, and we're going to see Carlos Gomez. And the Brewers come calling in the bottom of the 7th. Still tied. another tight one for the Brewers tonight. Moving to the bottom of the 7th. New pitcher on the mound for San Diego, Nick Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent last year with the Padres. 45 appearances all out of the bullpen, a 6-3 record, and a nifty 2.14 earned run average. 11th game here tonight, and off to another good start this year. There's not a lot of home run, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts for the right-hander.
27 years old, was an 18th round draft pick in the 2008 draft. Gene Segura opens the 7th for the Brewers. It's popped out and grounded to second.
Brewers got to be happy to see Ian Kennedy out of the ball game, as effective as he was.
Yeah, the 6 innings of 4-hit, 1-run baseball.
Even with the Padres bullpen in good shape, one of the better bullpens in the league. Anybody's got to look better than Kennedy did to these hitters.
Yeah, Brewers had a couple of early opportunities, but Kennedy worked himself out of a pair of jams as Segura is out on strikes.
The Padres would probably say the same for Yovani Gallardo. Hey, with all-inclusive areas, tailgate facilities, and more, it's no wonder Miller Park was recently voted the state's top location for a group outing. To book a group event at Wisconsin's premier entertainment venue, visit brewers.com/groups.
Lyle Overbay will come on to pinch hit and face Nick Vincent. So that'll close the book on Yovani Gallardo. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, walked 2, struck out 4. Zach Duke getting loose in the Brewer bullpen. There's this matchup with 2 good pitching staffs, and it is living up to the billing.
And it's not just starting rotations either. Both bullpens have been very good this year in the early going. And
Overbay a pinch single last night. 13th game for him this year. He started 6 times. Hot shot, and that gets through. A base hit again for Overbay. So again, Lyle comes off the bench and gets the job done.
Cut fastball from Vincent. Basically a 2-pitch pitcher. He'll throw the fastball and he'll throw the cutter. The cutter is what struck Segura out. Do the same to Overbay. You see the grip, the rotation. Stayed up in the zone, and Overbay able to find the hole in the right field. Playing deep, covering the line, and sneaks it into right field.
Let's see if that gets the Brewers started. Their only run, courtesy of a Scooter Gennett solo shot in the 5th. Gomez, first pitch swinging. And it's 0-1. Gomez singled to center in the 3rd, stole second, advanced to 3rd on a poor throw from Yasmani Grandal. But the Brewers were denied in that frame. Left the bases loaded.
Brewers have to be kicking themselves in the 2nd and 3rd inning.
In the 2nd, they had runners at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Kennedy got a couple of strikeouts and a pop-up. And an inning later with the bases loaded, Chris Davis struck out. Gomez is down 0-2. Nick Vincent in relief of Ian Kennedy. Couple of finals involving Central Division teams. Reds beat the Pirates 4-1. St. Louis 3-0 winner against the Mets in New York. Earlier tonight, to get out of the division, Albert Pujols hit career homers number 499 and 500 as the Angels beat the Nationals. The 1-2. Gomez out on strikes.
Elevated the fastball, and you would see how high Gomez would go, and this was about head high right here. Gomez with a big swing, swings right through it. Trying to hit one out of here. See Jose Fernandez with the Marlins. 1-0 victory over the Atlanta Braves. He had 14 punch-outs in 8 innings.
Pretty good pitching throughout the big leagues tonight. Scooter Gennett takes ball 1. Cubs lead the Diamondbacks 5-1 in the 8th in Chicago.
Yeah, Alex Wood in that game for the Braves, 11 punch outs. So a lot of swinging and missing going on.
Brewers go into the night up 4, now down to 3.5 for the moment after the Cardinals win. Ron Renicki's team with a 15-5 record in tonight's game.
Just figuring out ways to win, different ways each and every night. Sometimes they haven't played all that well, but still been able to win.
Gennett fouls it out of play. His last at bat was a loud one. His first of the year. And that is the 1 run so far for the Brewers. Scooter Gennett took Ian Kennedy over the wall.
An unlikely source in that Brewers lineup, going deep.
Both teams have 5 hits. The Brewers have played errorless baseball. Padres guilty of 1 miscue. Look out. Out of play. And everyone's all right. Always good when you see smiles after that. Get back there in a hurry. A ball, 2 strikes to Gennett. Over Bay, the runner at first. Yasmani Grandal hanging the sign. Runner going.
How about that jump?
And there is no throw as Lyle Overbay all over it.
He had 3 steps before Vincent even went to home plate. Check it out. All right, I'm going to go. I bet you don't see me. That's great.
That would be room service.
Yeah, not many guys are going to jump like that.
All right, runner in scoring position. A 2-2 count to Gennett. And that is strike 3 called. And that'll do it for the Brewers. In the bottom of the 7th, Lyle Overbay a pinch single. They cannot bring him around. We are through 7 in Milwaukee. The Brewers and Padres tied at 1. Innings, a 5-hit, 1-run ball. Scooter Gennett accounting for the only Milwaukee run, a solo shot in the 5th. Rock, in the pregame, we talked about the production from the bullpen and not just the star power. What Will Smith has done and what this guy right here, Zach Duke, has been doing.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch these guys. I mean, the Brewers have 2 left-handers that they can feel like they can bring in against anybody. I mean, they're very effective against left-handed batters, but what Ron Renicky likes about both of these guys, they've been effective against right-handers, so they don't have to make as many moves within an inning. Will Smith has no record, averaging a strikeout per innings pitched. Zach Duke picked up a win on Sunday in Pittsburgh, pitching 2 scoreless innings.
He's the third pitcher, or the second rather, tonight in relief now of Giovanni Gallardo.
They have 2 switch hitters and a left-handed batter, so the switch hitters are going to turn around and back right-handed. This is what Reinicke's talking about with respect to Duke and Will Smith. He's very comfortable throwing them out there against righties.
Cabrera .333 against lefty, or as a left-handed hitter, and not quite as good as a right-handed hitter at .294. Duke starts him out with a strike. Cabrera has grounded out twice, struck out in the 5th. He's down 2 strikes now. We mentioned Gallardo's line. Ian Kennedy also effective, 6 innings, 4 hits, just 1 run. Nick Vincent in relief of him got through the 7th unscathed, just a hit but no more.
Now this is a guy you got to keep off the bases. The Brewers have done a nice job retiring him throughout the series, the first 2 games. Here in the 8th, in a tie game, you know if he gets on, he's going to start running.
He led the National League in stolen bases 2 years ago.
Man, that's a pitch that's been called a strike most of the night. The pitch that he rung up Scooter Gennett on to end the last inning was off the plate, according to Fox Tracks. That looked close.
The 2-2. Cabrera, in that year 2012 when he led the National League, he was caught only 4 times in 48 attempts. This season he has stolen 2 bases, but he has been caught 3 times. The Brewers don't want to have to be in that situation. They want to retire him right now.
Yeah, walks a double or a triple with this guy ordinarily. Get on base, steal first, or steal second, then steal third a lot of times.
Cabrera goes down swinging. Second time he struck out tonight.
Yeah, big breaking pitch. Zach Duke looked like he dropped down even a little bit more, making that angle a little bit more difficult, even on a right-handed batter. And check it out. Here it comes, and down and in. Cabrera right over the top. Good guy to get out to lead off this inning.
Will Venable, the hitter. Fly ball to right. Ground ball to second. Ground ball back to the mound. The Brewers have played 3 straight 1-run games. They are 5-1 in such games this season. Venable shows bunt. Count evens 1-1. Will, the son of Max Venable.
Teammate of mine back in the day with the Angels.
In the Mariners system now as a minor league hitting coach is Max.
Max not nearly as tall as his son. I'm not going to call him short. I'm just going to say Will is a little bit taller.
Ball, 2 strikes to Max Venable's much taller son. Heads up again. Fouls it out of play.
I would venture to say it's about 6 inches taller. Maxie could hit, though. He was an outfielder.
Swing and a miss. Zach Duke. First 2 he has faced, he has struck out.
And that slider's been his strikeout pitch, particularly against lefties. He very rarely makes a mistake with it. Down and away, out of the zone, and Venable just waves at it. And that arm angle, very difficult for left-handed hitters.
That is strikeout number 6 for Brewers pitching tonight. Gallardo had 4 through 7. Yasmani Grandal. 0-1. Grandal from the right side of the plate. Only 7 at bats. He has 2 hits. Zach Duke not messing around.
Slider, sinker off the plate.
By the mound, Segura in time, and the beat goes on for Zach Duke. Still tied at 1 as the Brewers come to bat in the bottom of the 8th.
After the ball game, and take a look at our Subway inbox game score. Got the meat of the order coming up right now. Braun set to lead off, but boy, that second and third innings, Brewers leading 5 runners in scoring position.
Yeah, that has certainly hurt them, partner. But you know, you like the way this is set up here with Braun, Ramirez, and Lucroy coming up, and Bronny just missed hitting one out in center field.
Both starting pitchers, Kennedy and Gallardo, will not factor in the decision here. They pitched a gem here each today. We'll see how this one unfolds to the bullpens as we send it back to Matt and Rob.
All right, Craig, Davey, thank you much. The new pitcher for the Padres, Joaquin Benoit.
Off to a good start. 8 games for Benoit. The Tigers closer a year ago. Benoit racked up 24 saves. He's been with the Rangers, the Rays, and the Tigers, and now the Padres in a setup role.
Yeah, Houston Streets with the closer's role now. Brock mentioned 24 out of 26 last year in save opportunities. He was good on his first 22. And did not mind being on the road. His ERA, which was good overall to begin with, very good overall, 1.06 away from home. Ryan Braun leading off the bottom of the 8th. Ryan looking for his first hit, walked in the first. A couple of fly balls after that.
Yeah, just missed that home run. Missed the home run his last time up. Just got under it a bit in dead center.
One ball, one strike.
Yep, low to mid 90s with a fastball for Benoit. Slider and a changeup. No curveball to deal with, so it's going to be pretty much fastball slider to Ryan Braun.
Two and one. .36-year-old Joaquin Benoit. Ian Kennedy went the first 6. Nick Vincent worked the 7th. Braun chops it foul. The count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There's a change up right there. First one he's thrown to Braun. Braun talking to himself, telling himself to stay back a little bit. Problem is, you stay back. Benoit's got enough on the fastball. He can get it by you, particularly if he elevates it in the strike zone.
Ryan has worked him to a full count. Leading off the 8th. Braun goes down swinging.
Got him another changeup. And changeup on a 3 or a 2-2 pitch. And a changeup on a full count. That's a good pitch. Watch this thing. More of a splitter than a changeup. And watch it dive as it gets to home plate. Braun right over the top of it.
The last 4 Brewers to be retired have been strikeout victims. Vincent struck out the side of the 7th. Lyle Overbay in a pinch hitting role was able to single. He's left stranded at second. So he got a major league jump to steal a second base. Ramos Ramirez with a 3rd inning walk. Also struck out and grounded to short. Ramirez with a fly ball to center. Routine for Will Venable. 2 men out.
Hey, it's always Miller time in the Miller Lite beer pen every Friday home game. Fans 21 plus who sit in the Miller Lite beer pen in the right field bleachers will get a free Miller Lite Brewers hat. Visit Brewers.com/beer pen to get your beer pen tickets for this Friday. That's against the Cubs. Good looking hat. There you go.
Jonathan Lucroy with 2 men out and the base is empty. These teams have combined for 10 hits. 5 for the Brewers, 5 for the Padres. See what Jonathan has done tonight. Has reached twice in 3 plate appearances. Also grounded to short. Two balls, no strikes. Jim Henderson getting ready in the Brewers bullpen. Joaquin Benoit works to Lucroy. The count is 2-1.
A good take that time by Lucroy. That's a good pitcher's pitch on a 2-0 count. Lucroy in this situation, tie game, 8th inning. Looking for something to pull, knock out of here.
The 2-1. Chris Davis is on deck. A Scooter Gennett 5th inning homer. It's been the Brewers scoring tonight. Lucroy shoots it out of play. Lucroy with a homer this season. He's driven in 7.
Outfield very deep for the Padres, and to say they're deep is an understatement. Look at Seth Smith out there in left. They're all deep, trying to cut off that extra base hit.
Full count to Lucroy. Little chopper. Charging is Headley. And not in time. Lucroy with an infield hit.
Now he was busting it out of that box. Once that ball got by Benoit, it was going to be a tough play for Headley, who once again has been battling some knee issues and took him a while to get there. Tricky hop right at the end and just couldn't get much on the throw, and Lucroy able to beat it to keep the inning alive.
That's hit number 6 for the Brewers tonight.
Always find an extra gear when you think you might get a base hit.
That's the 2nd hit of the game for Jonathan Lucroy. Chris Davis had a double back in the 2nd. Took a called 3rd strike. Grounded to 3rd. Lucroy has stolen a base. He has been caught twice. Caught by Yadier Molina and Russell Martin. He's been trying the best.
Yes, he has. You might not want to test those two. Now you're Chris Davis. You're looking for something middle in, something you can get a pretty good swing at. It's tough for Lucroy to score as deep as this outfield is on anything that stays in the ballpark.
Davis on Sunday had what proved to be the game-winning homer in the 14th inning at Pittsburgh. 1-1 the count. Davis had to miss last night's game. Little bug going around, and it caught up to him. He was a late scratch from the lineup. Leon Herrera played for him. Chris much better today.
But Herrera got 2 hits yesterday.
Two balls, 1 strike. And Herrera, the backup catcher now. Ride Lucroy obviously with Maldonado Martin Maldonado serving his suspension. Carlos Gomez is appealing his 3-game suspension.
Brewers got a break on that last pitch. All right, strike.
Benoit ready with a 2-1. Davis with a line drive to center, but Will Venable is there. And that'll do it for the Brewers in the 8th. Runs a hit, 1 left. Still tied 1-1. Loss for the Padres. Kyle Loesch for the Brewers, as again the makings of a very, very good pitching matchup. Coverage tomorrow starts at 6:30 on Fox Sports Wisconsin. First pitch 7:10. Loesch versus Ross.
And Tyson Ross has been very good on the road this year. And Kyle Loesch has always pitched well here at Miller Park.
New pitcher on the mound for the Brewers, Jim Henderson.
Yeah, last pitched in Pittsburgh on Sunday. 2/3 of an inning, gave up a run. Put some men on base, was taken out, and his run was allowed, but just 1 run. 11th appearance for Henderson, a 2-0 record, and a .470 earned run average.
Seth Smith will start the top of the 9th. Smith has reached twice tonight. He's walked, has singled, he's also struck out. Padres a run on 5 hits. Scored their run in the 5th. Ian Kennedy laying down a nice bunt, but very tough chance. Giovanni Gallardo unable to barehand it and make a play at the plate. Alonso was able to score. He led off that inning with a double. And the count is 1-2.
Henderson up at 95 miles an hour. A little bit of concern, as we talked about, with his velocity in spring training in the low 90s, but it's getting up there. You can see Henderson with the torque. The high 3/4 delivery. They say he hides it extremely well, and that ball jumps in on that hitter pretty quickly.
Ball, 2 strikes to Smith. Ball, strike 3. That is strikeout number 7 for Brewers pitching tonight.
Yeah, Smith must have been looking for a slider or something, because that pitch right down the middle of the plate. Not sure what he's looking for. And that's an easy call for Todd Tishner.
Chase Headley, the hitter. Single to right, back in the 6th. This is out of play. More bullpen activity for the Padres.
Stauffer and Thayer, both of them pitched in last night's game.
Headley again out of play. 2 strikes and nothing. The San Diego third baseman. Henderson, the third pitcher tonight. Zach Duke worked a perfect 8th. Struck out 2 along the way. Giovanni Gallardo went 7 strong innings. And Bud Black's group also strong on the mound tonight. And another strikeout. Let's check in with Sophia Minnaert.
Wisconsin sports fans, make sure you stay up to date with all the latest events around the area, from your favorite hometown teams to the Fox Sports Wisconsin girls. We've got you covered. You can log on to foxsportswisconsin.com and click on the More tab for information. Now, last night after recording his 4th consecutive save, K-Rod said of the bullpen on why they've been so successful, he said, we've just got a bunch of young guys who are hungry and they can go mid-90s. They know how to pitch. He says right now we have a really good balance, and as long as we stay healthy and stick to our roles, we feel like we're going to be able to keep this up.
No question about that. I mean, it's not just 1 or 2 guys out in that bullpen. Everybody's been contributing. And that's what it takes to have consistency out there.
Jed Jerko in search of his first hit. Henderson has struck out the first 2 in the inning. One and 1 to Jerko. Make it 1 and 2. Double play Jerko hit into in the 6th. The Padres had something going. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Gallardo got him to hit into a 6-4-3 double play. Count remains a ball, 2 strikes.
A lot of hitters talking to themselves tonight. You haven't noticed that? I mean, the pitchers have given them pitches to hit, but they're just not making contact, found them straight back. They feel like they have a good pitch to hit, but not able to square it up.
Strike 3 call. Henderson strikes out the side. And here we go. Brewers in yet another tight one. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for the Brewers in the home half of the ninth. To the bottom half of the ninth. San Diego and Milwaukee tied at 1. New pitcher on for the Padres, Dale Thayer.
Yeah, Thayer came in the 7th inning last night, replacing Andrew Kashner. He loaded the bases. Brewers got a couple of hits, a walk, but got Ramirez Ramirez to ground into a double play. So the Brewers knocking on the door on Thayer, who's had a terrific start to his season.
How about the work again in this Brewers bullpen? Zach Duke and Jim Henderson. They combined for 5 strikeouts. The only Padre to put the ball in play was Yasmani Grandal, who grounded to short.
They've been terrific. They've been working a lot, and they have done the job just about every time.
Mark Reynolds leading off the ninth for the Brewers. He has homered 5 times this season.
Thayer slings that baseball, just kind of lets her fly at high 3/4, long arms it, hides it pretty well. Not a big guy, but he can throw it in the low 90s.
If you're wondering, Mark Reynolds with all the homers, the next walk-off he hits will be his first.
Never had a walk-off. How about that?
Good time for one right now. One and two the count. Gene Segura on deck.
Are you calling one here?
I'm asking.
You're asking. Oh, that's different. That is different. Big difference.
Figure I can't be demanding stuff right now. Haven't been around.
But you can ask.
Certainly can ask.
Which is what you're doing.
Scooter Gennett with a 5th inning homer. That is how Milwaukee has generated its run. That was a tough carom for the ball boy down there. No error charged.
The tough angles down there. There really are. A lot of stuff going on down that line.
One and two the count. And upon further review, it's still no error.
I don't know. I think that might be an error.
I was going to be generous. I was going to be generous.
He literally kicked that one.
See, he's hurt. Huh? Try to kick save.
Yeah.
Now he's.
That's an E partner.
Yeah, you're probably right. Reynolds pops it up. Headley will handle it. 1 out in the ninth. Alfredo Figueroa warming up in the Brewers bullpen.
Extra innings certainly favors the Padres, you would think. But Alfredo Figueroa is a guy for Ron Renick and give him multiple innings. You know, maybe 3-4 innings. Padres bullpen a bit fresher. Not as worked as much as the Brewers pen.
Gene Segura takes ball 1 as Ricky Weeks moves into the on deck circle. One and one the count. Segura has popped out to the catcher, grounded to second, struck out in the 7th.
Padres outfield very deep, which opens them up for a little flare in front of them. A single might be as good as a double with Segura. He might get on and steal a base.
Bouncer to short. Cabrera. And a low throw, and Alonso cannot scoop it. Segura, the one-out runner. That'll be an error charge to Cabrera. And Gene Segura representing the winning run.
Well, there you go. A break for the Brewers. The second error committed by the Padres. Little nonchalant. Now that's one that Alonso probably should have been able to pick. A short hop. Ordinarily first baseman in the big leagues is going to pick that. Didn't. And now you got great speed at first base. The winning run.
Ricky Weeks will pinch hit. Been a tough start. He has not played a lot. It's been a struggle. And a chance to maybe turn some things around right here, right now.
Keep in mind the Padres catchers have only thrown out one base runner in the early going this year. 1 for 21. So look for Segura to take off.
Segura with 4 stolen bases this season. He's on the move. And Segura is in. I thought it was a foul. They did wave foul tip. I thought I heard that. And then
still a stolen base.
Yeah,
foul
still
tip.
Foul tip. Didn't hang on. Yep.
Caught by Grandal. And
yep.
That'll be a stolen base for Segura. So he's in scoring position. Not sure why Grandal didn't throw it. I don't think he had much of a chance.
So Segura, the runner at second. 0-2 to Weeks.
Now the outfield much more shallow. They have to be able to be in a position to make a throw on a base hit. That opens up those gaps quite a bit. They were very deep. When Segura's at first, they've come in quite a bit since he's at second base.
Two strikes and nothing. Grandal has to go down and get it. Dale Thayer on the mound for the Padres. Ricky Weeks pinch hitting.
And decent throwing arms out there in the outfield.
Segura running, and Weeks fouls it out of play.
I had that one stolen, but Ricky's got 2 strikes on him. He's got to protect the plate. Good jump, had it stolen, but Weeks has to swing.
A ball, 2 strikes to Ricky Weeks. Segura, the runner at second. He represents the winning run. Strike 3 called. 2 men out. Segura remains at second, and here comes Carlos Gomez.
Perfect pitch right on the outside corner at the knees, or inside corner I should say, and Ricky takes it.
Gomez with that single to center in the third. Oh and 1. Brewers trying to end this thing right now. They've won 5 out of 6 one-run decisions. Ball a strike. 5 out of 6 and 3 in a row. 8-7 on Saturday, 3-2 and 14 innings on Sunday, and 4-3 last night in the series opener with the Padres.
And a base hit away from one more. You can't ask for any better speed at the plate or at second base.
And there's something on the field there they're going to have to take care of. No, a lot. Baseball got loose, so they'll take care of that. One and one the count to Carlos Gomez. Scooter Gennett on deck. Two balls, one strike.
It really shows you the respect Bud Black has for Scooter Gennett. You got first base open. And Scooter, the young hitter. Bud Black knows he's a good contact hitter. The Brewers, all they need is a base hit.
Thayer ready with the 2-1. And that didn't feel good.
Thayer's got that good sinker. I mean, the arm angle is going to get that natural sink. And Gomez gets that one right off the foot, the front foot. Pad's not going to help that. Right off the toe.
2 balls, 2 strikes. We'll do it again. Gomez settles back in. As Thayer looks in. Full count. Look at Gene Segura. Reached on an error. Now stands at second. The 3-2 pitch to center field. Venable. We go to extra innings in Milwaukee. A threat, but Segura left stranded. We move to the 10th, tied at 1. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky feeds your wild side. Well, the number that jumps at you there, the runners left on base, the Brewers have stranded 9, 5 of them in innings 2 and 3. Runners at second and third, nobody out. Did not score in the second, left them loaded in the third, and the new pitcher, Alfredo Figueroa.
Yeah, Figueroa was recalled yesterday from AAA Nashville. 7 games all out of the bullpen. A 5.00 earned run average. Went 3-3 a year ago for the Brewers with a 4.14 earned run average. Did a nice job in the starting rotation. And according to Ron Renicky, Figueroa can give him 2, 3, maybe 4 innings tonight.
This bullpen has been stellar, and more of the same tonight. Zach Duke and Jim Henderson combined to strike out 5 Padres. Duke had 2. Henderson struck out the side in the 9th. Now they turn it over to Alfredo Figueroa. First up is Yonder Alonso in the top of the 10th. Alonso has scored the only run for the Padres at a leadoff double in the 5th. Came around to score on a bunt from the pitcher Ian Kennedy. Alonso's double was followed by an infield single. Chris Denorfia. That's what got Alonso to 3rd and allowed Kennedy to bunt him across.
Figueroa, a 4-pitch pitcher. He'll throw a fastball, not a lot of movement on it. Pretty straight curveball, slider, changeup. Put together some nice starts for the Brewers last year.
A fly ball to left. Plenty of room for Davis. Out number 1.
And for a guy that's not all that big, has got enough on his fastball to get it by Smith right there. Or I should say Alonso on a 2-0 count. Jammed him and flew out weakly to left.
Chris Denorfia, the hitter. See, he's had a pretty good night. Was left stranded at second after that 3rd inning double. He takes a strike. Out of play. Figueroa out in front, 0-2. Back here again tomorrow night. It started at 6:30 on Fox Sports Wisconsin. A 2-strike pitch. That's punched into center field. A base hit for Denorfia, his 3rd hit of the night.
And 0-2 curveball. Denorfia waits back nicely and bangs it into center field. And not a bad curveball at that. Of course, 0-2, you'd like to bounce it. Denorfia goes down just trying to put the ball in play and ends up with a base hit on an 0-2 count. And there's your go-ahead run.
Chris Denorfia, the runner at first, and Alexi Amarista on the pinch hit. Came off the bench in a pinch hitting role last night. Grounded to second, or excuse me, grounded to short. 1 for 3 in a pinch hitting role this season for the Padres.
Yeah, Padres are much better shape on the bench. They still have 3 remaining. They've used 2. Hundley, now Amarista. They got Medica, Nady, and the other catcher Rivera. All 3 right-handed batters. Yeah, Brewers have Bianchi and Herrera.
That's it.
That's it. Playing a man short tonight.
Martin Maldonado serving his suspension. Carlos Gomez appealing his.
And they'll be playing a man short for the rest of this homestand. Quick feet and pretty close at first.
Oh, 0-1 to the pinch hitting Alexi Amarista. 0-2. Denorfia with 3 stolen bases on the season. He's the runner at first. 0-2 to Amarista. One and two.
Yeah, not sure how that missed him. That ball way inside, and Amarista somehow able to get out of the way. And a nice snag by Lucroy behind home plate. Check this out. Right at his knees, and just at the last minute able to get out of there.
Figueroa keeping Denorfia close. Last year, Denorfia was 11 for 11 in the stolen base department. He's 3 for 3 this year. Two balls, 2 strikes. Everett Cabrera on deck. One out, one on, top of the 10th. Both teams doing their scoring in the 5th. Nothing but 0 since.
Ian Kennedy, the Padres starting pitcher, drove in the only run for San Diego, and a solo home run by Scooter Gennett. A couple of unlikely run producers tonight.
The 2-2 with a runner going, swung on and missed. There will be no throw as Denorfia gets to second. Amarista out on strikes. 2 men out. Lineup turns over. Everett Cabrera.
Yeah, top of the order, but Denorfia in scoring position. Luke, I don't think he had a good grip on a baseball. Let's see what happened here. Looked like he had a shot to throw him out. Over the top of it.
Padres have the go-ahead run at second. Alfredo Figueroa working the 10th inning for the Crew. Ball 1.
Yeah, get out of this inning. The Brewers have their big boys coming up. 2, 3, 4 in the order. That's where you want to be. So get this out and get in that dugout.
The 1-0 from Figueroa. A line drive out of play. And yet another catch. I'm telling you, the right field line, the fans down there.
Be alive down there. There's a barehand attempt down there too.
Went through some traffic. Yeah. Celebrate. Yeah. The 1-1 to Cabrera. Two balls, 1 strike to the Padres shortstop. Struck out twice and has grounded out twice. Once to first and once to short. Dan heads up in the seats. Fouled out of play.
There have been some wicked line drives in the stands tonight.
Well, you're not kidding. Brewers in extra innings for the 2nd time in 3 games. And the 3rd time this season. So far, so good.
Yeah, 14 innings on Sunday.
They went 11 in Boston on the 5th. The Brewers won that game 7-6.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, as long as you win, right?
Yeah, that's been the theme of this group. Win pretty sometimes, win not so pretty other times, but a 15-5 record.
Doesn't matter how you win. That doesn't matter.
Full count to Everett Cabrera. A bouncer to first. Sliding stop Reynolds, and he'll dive to the bag. Mark Reynolds again with another impressive defensive play at first. And Alfredo Figueroa does the job. Mark Reynolds making it look easy. And now the Brewers will try to end it.
Edge and a little extra motivation to execute his pitches, and it's certainly worked out. He's made 10 consecutive scoreless appearances since allowing his only run in his first outing of the season.
Been a big part of this bullpen. Sophia, exactly right. The bullpen delivering again. San Diego trying to match up. Don Roach now on the mound for San Diego.
And one of the few guys in that Padres bullpen that has struggled out of the gates. Look at the opponent batting average, almost 400. In 3 appearances, a 623 earned run average for Roach. And Brewers have the top of their order up.
Scooter Gennett will lead off with Ryan Braun to follow. Yeah, Roach last year was at Double-A San Antonio in a starting role. Started 28 times. Added to the 40-man roster after the season. Gennett with a solo homer in the 5th. And he leads off the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, Roach features a 2-seam fastball that has good sink on it, so these Brewer hitters early in the count have to get it up in the strike zone. You know, sinker slider, he'll throw a split.
Roach came over via trade with the Angels, came over along with Alexei Amarista. He has been a minor league pitcher until now. One and one to Gennett as Ryan Braun waits. Two balls, one strike. Roach with the 2-1. A bouncer just foul at third.
Yeah, it'd be tough to get one between Headley and that line because they're guarding the line a little bit to prevent the extra base hit. But that's what you have to do against Roach with that sinker. You got to stay on it. You can't try and pull it from the left side of the plate.
Scooter Gennett leading off the bottom of the 10th.
You see where he is right there for a left-handed hitter. That's governed the line pretty well.
Gennett hit hard and over Cabrera. A base hit for Gennett to start the 10th.
Off-speed pitch up in the strike zone, and just what we were talking about early. Gennett with that good approach, not trying to pull it.
And here comes Ryan Braun, who, to say the least, has had a flair for the dramatic.
That was a game winner in Pittsburgh on Saturday night, and this is a game tire in the 9th inning on a Sunday afternoon. Can he do it again?
Let's find out. Gennett, the runner at first. Ryan Braun, the hitter. You see what Ryan has done in situations such as this. Gennett off the bag at first. And a strike to Ryan Braun.
Yeah, pretty slow delivery to home plate. Just keep in mind the stolen base potential for the Brewers, but a little bit risky in this situation with Ryan Braun up and Ramirez on deck.
Gennett has one stolen base in 2 attempts. And the count evens to 1-1. Aramis Ramirez is next. Ryan Braun would like to give Rami and the rest of his teammates the rest of the night off. Let's see if he can end it. Brewers trying to extend their winning streak to 5. The 1-1 out of play.
That's the mistake pitch right there that Gennett got for his base hit. Yeah, Ryan fouled it off. Not sure if Gennett's thinking about a stolen base. I would not think so at this point.
A ball, 2 strikes to Braun. The attention of Don Roach, does Scooter Gennett. Roach, the 5th pitcher tonight for the Padres. Braun goes down swinging. Out number 1.
That good slider down and away, and Ryan hadn't seen one that entire at bat. Actually, split-fingered fastball. And we knew he threw it. Well, that was a good one. That first one of the inning.
That is strikeout number 11 for San Diego pitching. First for Roach. Ramirez 0 for 3 with a walk. A fly ball hit to right. DeNorfia edge of the track. 2 men out.
He gave it a pretty good ride. Had a good pitch to hit. Just got underneath. Sounded good off the bat.
And Ramos a little frustrated. Just missed. Jonathan Lucroy. Single to left in the second. Infield hit in the 8th. In between, he is walked and grounded to short. Two men out. Jeanette, the runner at first. Jeanette on the move. Pitch is taken. Throw down to second. Not in time. Winning run at second.
Well, now just going to take a base hit. The outfield's going to have to come in now. And the throwing problems for the Padre catching crew have continued. Only thrown out one this year. Well, Jeanette with his head down and makes it in there easily. No contest.
There you see the second stolen base. And another conference here in the Miller Park mound.
Darren Balsley, the Padres pitching coach, wants to make sure that they're on the same page. They've got Chris Davis in the on-deck circle. First base is open. Let's see if they intend on being careful to Lucroy. He's got the count in his favor, 1-0. They could put him on and face Davis.
See how the Padres play it. Jonathan Lucroy looking for his 3rd career walk-off hit. That August home run against the Reds was against Aroldis Chapman.
I'm going to put him on, I would think. Nope.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Chris Davis looking on. Yeah, they've
now
reconsidered.
Yeah, that's what I thought they'd do. Why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah, makes sense. One to one the score. As the Padres are deciding not to mess around with Jonathan Lucroy and take their chances with Chris Davis.
Yep, the proven run producer at the plate. You put him on. First base is open, and you ask the young left fielder to win the game.
Now let's see if he can do that. Davis with a double to center back in the second inning. Took a called 3rd strike in the 3rd. Grounded to 3rd in the 6th. Lined out. Fly ball. Hit it on the button. Center field in the 8th.
Boy, outfield very shallow for Davis with 2 outs. Well, they are very shallow. Wow.
Davis. Fly ball. Shallow center. Will Venable. And we are through 10 at Miller Park. Still tied at 1. lead your wild side. We move to the top of the 11th game summary. The scoring all occurred in inning number 5. Yonder Alonso dropping this double down the line. And he eventually came around to score as Ian Kennedy laying down the bunt. And Giovanni Gallardo, tough play. Unable to come up with it. Bottom of the frame, it was Scooter Gennett turning on an Ian Kennedy offering and depositing it into the bullpen. That's where we are, 1-1.
A lot of zeros on that board. Good pitching. Neither team can really come up with that big hit tonight.
Will Venable leads off the 11th inning. And Alfredo Figueroa, his second inning of work, starts him with a strike. Venable, a bunt foul at first.
Padres 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position, and the one hit, an infield single by Denorfia that did not score a run. Brewers 0 for 10. Rough night in that department.
Some good pitching and some missed opportunities. Oh, 0-2 to Venable. Now back to the screen. Alfredo Figueroa brought up earlier this week. AAA, Rob Wooten sent down.
And needed a fresh arm.
A ball, 2 strikes. Down goes Venable.
That's the thing that surprises you about Alfredo Figueroa, the velocity, 96 on that last fastball, and he's not a big guy. Generates a lot of speed with that pitch. Good follow through, fires off with those legs and throws that one right by him upstairs.
Yep. Let's check in with Sophia.
Matt, Alfredo Figueroa called up yesterday to take the place of Rob Wooten. He had appeared in 7 games for AAA in Nashville. He had made several back-to-back appearances and had not gone more than 2 innings in any of his appearances. He last threw on Friday 1 inning there, so a much-needed fresh arm for this bullpen.
Thank you, Sophia.
And he can go 3 or 4 innings, according to Rick Kranitz. Talked to him today about what do you do in the event of a short start. That wasn't the case, but you can say the same thing about extra innings. Just keep him out there, and as long as he can be effective. As there are certainly pitchers in that bullpen that the Brewers do not want to use. They've been worked a lot, and not because of ineffective starting pitching. It's just been extra innings. 14 innings in a game on Sunday will kill the bullpen.
Yes, come from behind baseball too.
And extra innings again tonight.
The 3-1 out of play. The count is full. Alfredo Figueroa, 4th Brewers pitcher, followed Gallardo, Duke, and Henderson. Here's the 3-2. Straight back. Second game of a 10-game road swing for the Padres. Game 2 of a 6-game homestand for the Brewers. Cubs come in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Yasmani Grandal goes down on strikes.
How about that fastball? 97. Wow. Bringing it. He's feeling it out there on that mound tonight. 96 to get Venable, 97 to get Grandal. What's he got for Seth Smith?
Smith has struck out twice tonight. Ball one. Brewers pitching with 12 strikeouts in this game. 8 from the relievers.
Wow. 8 3 2/3 innings.
The 1-1. Popped up. Segura. And the Brewers bullpen rolling right along. Bottom of the 11th we go. 1-1. And only 1 ball is left the infield. Tristan Orpheus single in the 10th. Zach Duke, Jim Henderson, Alfredo Figueroa. 4 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts.
Yeah, not too bad, huh? And that's how you win low-scoring games. Good pitching, obviously, but that bullpen just continues to put up zeros. They do it long enough to get that offense going. Well, neither team has been willing to come up with a big hit to win this one tonight.
Padres bullpen also stellar. 4 innings of 3-hit shutout ball, 6 strikeouts. Vincent, Benoit, Thayer, and Roach. Ian Kennedy and Giovanni Gallardo were the starters. That was a while ago. Mark Reynolds starts the bottom of the 11th. Second inning of work for Roach.
Padres have 3 relievers left. Stauffer, Alex Torres, a left-hander, and Houston Street, their closer. And for the Brewers, not sure who's available down there. I would imagine Wei Chung Wong might be getting a look out here at some point.
Yeah, Ron Renicky being selective with him, being cautious.
And looks like he's up and throwing because the pitcher spot is due up 3rd in this inning.
Yep. Reynolds And Segura.
I would imagine there's 2 outs and nobody on. Redicky might just let Figueroa hit, but if there's something going, you might see Bianchi grab a bat.
Bianchi and Herrera. All that's left off the bench for Renicky. Overbay and Weeks in pinch hitting roles. It's a 4-man bench. Reynolds takes strike 3 called.
He had a splitter up and in. It's not where he wanted it, but it was effective. It froze him.
That's the second strikeout for Don Roach.
There it is. Looks like it had the plate. It fooled Reynolds.
Segura reached on an error in the 9th. Left stranded at second. He stole second. Ricky Weeks struck out. Carlos Gomez flied to center. Segura has a modest 4-game hitting streak going. Trying to extend it here. Has yet to get a hit tonight.
And if he doesn't get on base, you're probably going to see Figueroa. Maybe he can knock one out of here.
There you go. We've seen a lot the last few ball games.
Short period of time, you've seen just about everything, haven't you?
I think I have. The 1-2 to Gene Segura. Bounced up there. A run in the top of the 5th for the Padres. A run in the bottom of the 5th for the Brewers. Scoreless baseball since. The 2-2. Grounded to second. Jerko onto Alonso. 2 men out. So with 2 men out and the bases empty, as Rod suggested, Alfredo Figueroa will hit for himself. There you see his numbers. He's capable of getting on board. Figueroa takes a strike.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Saying there's a chance. There's always a chance. One and one. Teams have combined for 13 hits. 7 for the Brewers, 6 for San Diego. It's a bouncer to first. Alonso unassisted. And we're still going. Still tied at 1. Park. Top of the 12th inning we go. 1-1 San Diego and the Crew. There you go. School night. Nah.
Yeah. Won't be very productive early morning tomorrow. Everybody having a good time at Miller Park.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Got a team with the best record in baseball. A lot of close games. Third extra inning game of the year for the Brewers. They've won the first two. This is the first time the Padres have needed extras. Chase Headley will lead things off as Alfredo Figueroa is on for his third inning of work. 2 innings of one-hit baseball. He has struck out 3. Headley has reached twice. Fly out and a strikeout as well. This is hit in the air. Right center field. Gomez looking up, and the Padres take the lead. Chase Headley, a solo shot, second home run of the year, and San Diego leads 2-1.
We got the bat head out on that fastball from Figueroa, and that baby was hit way up there on the Toyota territory, and that'll give the Padres a 2-1 lead on a Chase Headley home run, a leadoff home run here in the 12th. Check this one out. A fastball out over the plate, and Headley gets all of it and sends that one way back out to right center. Off the top of that sign out there. No cheapie.
Second home run of the game. Jeanette had a solo shot in the 5th. Now Chase Headley goes deep. Jed Jerko the hitter. And he's down 2 strikes.
First time this year that Alfredo Figueroa has thrown more than 2 innings. A couple of innings down in the minor leagues in an appearance. First time this year, 3.
A ball, 2 strikes. Jed Jerko, who is hitless in 4 trips. Got a piece of it. Brewers will have the top of the order in the bottom of the 12th. And a struggle at the plate for many of these Padres, especially Jed Jerko, whose average is down to 143. 2-2. Brewers went 14 innings Sunday afternoon in Pittsburgh. We're in the 12th inning tonight. To shallow right center. Ryan Braun, 1 out. Yonder Alonso.
First baseman, Yonder Alonso.
Doubled and scored in the 5th. Base is empty. Padres with a run here in the top of inning number 12. A Chase Headley leadoff homer.
And he got all of it. And last pitch from Figueroa at 96 miles an hour, so nothing wrong with the speed of his pitches. Sometimes it's not just velocity, it's location. Location leaves you first.
1-1 the count. Straight back, and it's a ball, 2 strikes. Series finale tomorrow night. Bouncing ball. Reynolds to the covering Figueroa. 2 men out.
And the Brewers are going to have to be dealing with Houston Street in the bottom of the 12th. Padres saved their closer for a lead. They've got it. And he's getting loose in that bullpen.
Kristen Arfia will step in. And he has been productive at the plate. Little chopper. Figueroa. Inning over. But a leadoff home run from Chase Headley gives San Diego the lead. Brewers trying to rally. Bottom of the 12th. New pitcher for San Diego is Houston Street.
Yeah, 6 for 6 in save opportunities for Street this year. 33 saves a year ago and 58 appearances, a 2.70 ERA last year, and off to a good start in 2014, a 1.29 ERA. He has given up 1 home run.
The Brewers will have the top of the order: Gomez, Jeanette, and Braun.
He started his big league career with the A's. He went to the Rockies and now the Padres.
All right, here we go. You see, Milwaukee has had some success against him. Carlos Gomez has had a couple of shots at Houston Street, 1 for 2, and has doubled against him.
Street with 3 blown saves against the Brewers.
Well, the Brewers were able to get through Jason Grilli, not once but twice, in Pittsburgh. Now let's see what the Brewers do against Houston Street. He was 33 of 35 in save chances last year. 23 out of 24 the year before. Ball 1 to Gomez.
Yeah, didn't throw hard. Relies on control, keeping the ball down, gets ground balls. The Brewers are in the spot in the batting order where they want to be.
Carlos Gomez versus Houston Street. There's a shot down the line, a foul ball. One and one to the Brewers center fielder. The difference in the game at the moment, a Chase Headley homer. Top of the 12th. Gomez leads off the bottom of the 12th. The 1-1. Big swing. Per usual from Gomez.
Yeah, pretty good pitch down and away. Slider well located, and Gomez out in front of it trying to hit the homer.
He's homered 5 times this season. He's down a ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Two balls, 2 strikes. Full count. Duel of bullpens, really a pitching duel period tonight. Both starters impressive. Both bullpens very impressive. The 3-2 pitch to Carlos Gomez. Ground ball to short. Cabrera, 1 out. Time now for tonight's shining moment, brought to you by the Marshfield Clinic and Scooter Jeanette in inning number 5.
Yep, on a 3-1 pitch. That tied it up. Padres got a run in the top of the 5th. Jeanette's home run bottom of the 5th, and it's been zeros until the 12th.
And here is Scooter Jeanette. Singled in the 10th. Stole second. It was left stranded. Jeanette has not seen Houston streets until now. Swung on down the line, and a foul ball.
Yeah, that's a good news, bad news scenario. Street's never seen him either.
True.
Ordinarily, that benefits the pitcher, at least early on. The more a hitter gets to see a pitcher and what he throws and what his pitches do in the strike zone, the better off you are. Better chance of getting a good pitch to hit. Get on base in front of Braun. That's the idea.
Braun has seen Street. He's fared well against him. 1-1 to Jeanette. A bouncer to short again. Denorfia, 2 outs in the 12th. Brewers down to their final outs. Ryan Braun. He is 3 for 5 in his career against Street, including a home run. A quiet night for Ryan so far. A couple of fly balls and a couple of strikeouts. Houston Street trying to nail down his 7th save of the year. Braun sends it out of play. Well, Braun burned Jason Grilli twice over the weekend. Wants to win it, wants to tie it in a game the Brewers went on to win. Now let's see what happens versus Street. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Roney had a pretty good pitch to hit that first strike. Just fouled it off. It's kind of been the story of the night for both teams tonight. Good pitches and have not been able to take advantage of it.
A ball and a strike to Ryan Braun. Base is empty. Brewers down to their final out. Two balls, 1 strike. Ground ball to short from Gomez, likewise from Scooter Gennett. Here comes the 2-1. Ball 3.
That's what you want, a walk and a home run. There you get 1 night. Why not get 2?
Works for me.
And Ryan's thinking about a pitch middle in, something he can drive out of the ballpark. That's the last thing Street wants. A walk will be just fine as well.
The 3-1. Strike 2 called.
To a breaking pitch. Wasn't about to give him a fastball.
Brewers down to their final strike. Padres bullpen has surrendered just 3 hits. Ian Kennedy worked the first 6 innings. Here's the 3-2. Strike 3 called, and that will do it. Battle of the bullpens tonight. San Diego's just a little bit better. Brewers winning streak stopped at 4.
And you can't walk it across home plate any better than that. Right on the outside corner. And Brony thought it might have been off the corner, but it looked good. And that does it here from Miller Park.
So the Padres get the win tonight, 2-1. Series finale tomorrow. So we check in now with Craig Deshawn. Craig, what do you have?
Well, we're getting set for Brewers Live post-game report. The winning streak comes to an end for Milwaukee. A long, hard-fought battle goes to the Padres. So this series is locked up at a game apiece. We'll look ahead to Game 3. We'll hear from the Brewer manager, Ron Renneke, and get inside the clubhouse as well. Stay with us. Brewers Live is next.